is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. The Board of Education is meeting electronically due to the local state of emergency as declared by Berrien County Board of Commissioners on March 24th, 2021. The public may participate in the meeting by joining the Zoom link listed above. Board members may be contacted through the emails listed below. There is a time for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. Upon prior request to the superintendent, the district shall make reasonable accommodation for a person with disabilities to be able to participate in the meeting. Requests for special assistance may be sent to liz.goodwin@bhas.org. I call this meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. We will begin by reading the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask that each of you unmute and say it along with me. I pledge allegiance
to
to the flag
of the
United
United
States of America
and to the
to the republic for which it
stands, one nation, under God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty
and justice
and
for all.
Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll for attendance?
Yes. President Robinson,
Present.
Vice President Bradley,
Present.
Secretary Triplett, present. Treasurer Creighton,
Present.
Trustee Bowens,
Present.
Trustee Buchanan, Trustee Buchanan, and Trustee Rakat.
Present.
A quorum has been established.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Up next on the agenda, we have approval of the agenda. Can I please have a motion to approve the agenda?
I put a motion on the floor to approve the agenda.
Is there a second or support?
I support that.
A motion has been made by Trustee Bowens and supported by Vice President Bradley. Is there any questions, comments, or concerns regarding the agenda? Secretary Triplett, can you please call the roll for approval of the agenda?
Trustee Rakat Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan, Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
President Robinson,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you. Up next on the agenda, we have public comment on agenda items. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on district matters. Today, there are 2 areas for comment on the agenda, of which you may decide when to speak. Public comment on agenda items and open public comment. Per policy 0167.3, which governs board participation at board meetings, we request that you preface your comments by an announcement of your name, address, and group affiliation when appropriate. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to a 3-minute duration, and per our bylaws, no participant may speak more than once during this meeting. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. The board will listen, take comments and questions under advisement, and not respond at this time. I, as president, will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. If you have specific questions for the board or executive team that require follow-up, please email those directly to liz.goodwin@bentonharborareaschools.org. Is there anyone on the line for public comment?
Commissioner Mary Alice Adams, City of Benton Harbor, State of Michigan, taxpaying resident.
Okay, and you have a comment for an agenda item?
No, I can't actually see what the agenda items are. So there's going to be another time. I can wait.
Yes, ma'am. There's another place for open public comment at the end of the meeting. I wasn't sure where you expected your comment, you felt your comment best fit.
Okay, yeah, I can wait. I can wait.
Okay.
But let me start off by, this is the first school board meeting since the election. Shame on me, but congratulations, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Is there anyone for public comment on agenda items?
Can the agenda be presented so everyone can look at it, please?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. West, can you, thank you. Okay, is there anyone for comment on agenda items? Hearing none, we'll proceed with the agenda as it stands. Next on the agenda is review of the meeting minutes. Because this is a work session, we're not actually approving the minutes as they stand. Those will be approved in next week's meeting. Is there any questions, comments, or concerns regarding the minutes from the previous meetings? Closed session 2/27/21, work session 3/2/21, closed session 3/2/21, regular session 3/9/21, closed session 3/9/21, and closed session 3/22/21. Any questions, comments, or concerns from the board? Hearing none, we'll proceed with our first order of business under board business. We have a strategic planning proposal presentation. We have Hazard, Young, Atia, and Associates going first.
Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Lori Cambrell, and I'm here representing Hazard, Young, Atia tonight as our two of my colleagues, and they will introduce themselves in just a moment. But first, I just want to start by thanking you for taking the time, first of all, to think about strategic planning. It is a wise move, especially in the climate that we're in public education right now. And second of all, for allowing us to present our proposal and what makes Hazard, Young, Atia different than other organizations that provide strategic planning consulting. So if we can just move to the first slide. So just a little bit about Hazard, Young, Atia and Associates. So we are a very well-established company. We've been in business and working with school districts across the nation for more than 35 years. We do a lot of different work with school districts. We do executive search. We do a lot of strategic planning. We do a lot of help with school districts with leadership development and implementing strategic planning. So lots of ways that we are serving the educational community. Our process really is based on research and best practices in strategic planning, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. We have a very tried and true process. At this point in time, there are 33 active strategic plans across the country that are being worked on by school districts that we have helped develop. So that's quite a few, and I would say that we're one of the largest providers of strategic plan assistance to school districts across the country. But that said, we have this national presence, but we are very local as well. We have more than 100 associates that are located across the country, and we always match the associates with the strategic planning needs in a district. And we try to find you folks that have experience in the issues that you're facing, and usually in the regional area as well. So what you're going to see is we have a very collaborative process. And in the end, I'm going to talk a little bit about another thing that makes us very different, and that is the implementation part of your strategic plan. And that's the strategic dashboard. So we'll come back to that, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, Dr. Gibson and Dr. Sudbeck.
Thanks, Lori. Hi, I'm Lynn Gibson. There's a lot of us on the call, so I want to make sure you can see me. Thank you for having us. As Lori said, we're happy to be here. I am a recently retired superintendent. I also work now as an assistant professor at Northern Illinois University, teaching superintendent, aspiring principals, as well as school finance, and have been doing strategic planning for about 20 years for school districts, municipalities, and state organizations. Kim?
I'm Kim Sudbeck. I am a recently retired assistant superintendent, and I also am an assistant professor at Northern Illinois University. I, however, work in the field of curriculum instruction, and I do a lot with pre-service teachers. So those students that are learning to become teachers, I work with them both in the methods and actually in the field. I have done many strategic planning sessions as well. Many of them have been with Lynn, so we're very used to each other. I'm not quite at 20 years, but I'm about 10. So say municipalities, nonprofits, many school districts. So we're so excited to be able to bring this to you today.
So okay, the overview of the process, and again, just a little bit of background about me. What you need to know is that Lynn and Kim would be the faces that you see in your district. They'll be the ones leading this process, and I'm their support behind the scenes. I'm also a retired superintendent and also work in higher education right now. So we have that practitioner focus from being so long in K-12 schools, and then we all have a research focus as well. So our strategic planning process has 3 phases, and they're going to describe, we'll all describe these phases, but the first is a lot of community engagement to really find out what are your stakeholders thinking. What do we need to know from a wide variety of people? And we know that the more engagement there is, the more buy-in there is to the eventual plan. From there, we take all that information and we work with you, the school board, to develop that strategy of what are the goals and objectives. And from then, and I would say the most important piece of the process, and we'll dig into this a little bit, is implementation. Because if you just have a plan that sits on a shelf that's very pretty, and a lot of companies can help you make very pretty printed copies of plans, but unless it actually drives the decision-making and the actions in your school district, and unless there are measurable impacts for students that create equitable outcomes, it's not really going to do you any good. So this implementation phase is of crucial importance.
The next phase that I want to talk about is phase 1, as Lori had mentioned. It's the inclusive engagement. So we take a look at your perception data, a survey, we do focus groups, we do interviews with both the board and staff, as well as the community. The environmental scan, we take a look at what's your performance data so far on students, any former strategic planning or other relevant documents are all taken into account. And then we analyze all of that to create the needs assessment report that then moves us into that next phase for strategic planning. We're looking for a lot of data that can help the team make the best decisions going forward for who the district wants to be and where you want to go.
So in phase 2, we actually take that needs assessment report and we start really honing it down. I always kind of say this is where the rubber meets the road. You're really analyzing that data, looking at the data, and then determining where you want to go. We want to look at what the vision is. We want to talk about what a portrait of a graduate is. What do we want Benton Harbor to actually look like, and where are we going to drive our efforts. So we'll come up with the mission, we'll have those core beliefs, and then the outcome for this phase is we will have 3 to 5 strategic goals, and then we'll have the measurement pieces of the objectives. So you have the big idea of these are the 3 to 5 key things that we're going to work on over the next 3 to 5 years. And then here's the measurement pieces with the objectives and how we're going to do that. That's the roadmap for what everybody in your entire district will be utilizing going forward.
Okay, so that third phase, again, this is the implementation phase. So in those first 2 phases, again, you as an organization are deciding where are we going, We're bringing data about where are we now, and then we create that roadmap. Those goals are that roadmap for how will we get to that ideal future that we've defined together, that we believe in, that shared vision that we have with our community. And our community includes teachers and parents and senior citizens and those who have decided not to send their students to public school. All of those people are part of your community that have that shared vision for the ideal future. So again, we can create a very pretty plan, and we all do have very pretty plans. But what makes HYA a little bit different is we really help you with this idea of impact, right? How are we choosing strategies? How are we creating timelines and metrics that will really impact student outcomes to create more equitable outcomes for our students and district outcomes? Most strategic plans focus on student academic outcomes, but there's more too, right? We look at the overall functioning of the district. So during this implementation phase, we do a couple of things. We have a meeting with the administrators and we talk about how will those implementation plans be created. And there's some options here. Some school districts decide that, they take the training that we give the administrators, and they take the templates that we provide, and they work on their own to create these implementation plans. And again, a lot of districts prefer to take that training and do that. Some other districts come to us and say, after the training with the administrators, and say, would you be willing to facilitate these meetings with our strategic plan teams to create full action plans with timelines, persons responsible, the specific strategies, and timelines. I already said that. So again, those how will we get there plans? And so again, there's a little bit of choice there. This proposal includes, again, that sort of train the trainer model where we work with your administrators to then work with those teams. But the thing that is very different with Hazard Young Atia is this idea of a strategic dashboard. So we have a dashboard that we include with this proposal, and there's not an additional fee. You'll get it for the life of your strategic plan. And that is a portal that you have linked on your website where it tells your story as a district. And there's a nice front cover page that says who you are, how your strategic plan was developed, and just an overview of what's special about Benton Harbor. From there, all of your community can really drill down. What are our goals? What are our objectives? How are we doing on those? And this is a dashboard that gets updated often by we'll train your staff on how to do that. And so again, it's this living, breathing plan that's more than just something in a binder on the shelf. It becomes part of the everyday work of your school district, and all of your internal and external stakeholders know that it's there. And when they have questions about, oh, we have this goal about student achievement, and that all students will achieve at this level, what are they doing to make that happen? And this dashboard is really easy to use, very user-friendly and intuitive, and it allows all of your stakeholders to see what you're doing. It's very transparent, it celebrates success, and it allows you really as a governing body to keep tabs on what's happening and how the progress is being made. And so if those implementation plans need to be adjusted because you aren't seeing the progress that you want, that can happen really easily. So again, this is a key difference between what we bring to you and what you might see from some other places who, again, leave you with this paper plan in the end. So actually, I'm not going to take your time. I know we have a short amount of time today and you have a lot of other reports to do. But if you have time after this and you want to see an example of a strategic dashboard, this slide has a hot link, or I could send it to you as well. And so you could see a district. It's from Tinley Park, Illinois. So a district not that far from you who's using the strategic dashboard really well to communicate who they are, where they're headed, and how they're getting there to their community. So you can go ahead and, okay. And so again, I'll let my colleagues also chime in a little bit here, but again, you've seen and you're going to see several presentations tonight. So what's different about us? What do we do that's special? Again, we have a research-driven process that's brought to you by associates that have deep, deep roots in K-12 education as teachers and leaders, but also work in higher education as researchers. Right. And so we are very, very well in tune with what's happening nationally and what's the best strategies that we can help you plan to reach your goals. We have a very collaborative approach. We have experience working with school boards, with teachers, with leaders. We've been superintendents, assistant superintendents. We've walked in your shoes. And so we know what it feels like, and we want to work collaboratively with you to make sure that we customize this plan and that we're working in the way that is best to meet all of your needs. Again, we're very research and data driven, and we focus on impact, right? Not just checklists of things that we could do, but actual strategies that have impact on our students and on our communities. And finally, that strategic dashboard that really keeps this plan alive for the duration of the 3 to 5 year plan, and it allows you to tell your story in a very meaningful, accessible way to your entire community. And so Kim and Lynn, I don't know if there's anything you.
Yeah, so I would just add that it's hard work, and we get a team together. We really do some really intense hard work, but we really have fun. We laugh and we try to celebrate the great things that are already happening in your district and keep that at the forefront. So it's tough work, it's hard work, and we know what kind of hard work it is, but we also really like to have fun and laugh during the process.
And as Kim and Lori have said, it's with all of that goes on, the focus on the impact for the students in your district is always targeted and always our first priority. So as we work through the plan, and it's always individualized by the school district, because we all have different cultures and different areas that we're looking for, it makes it not only a lot of fun to do, but we, and it almost has a family feel as you're working through this. And then when we get back together and talk about it again, everybody's, back together. And so the serious work that we do, it has high impact and is extremely enjoyable. I think you would find that very much so.
And again, to be mindful of the time limits that you gave us, we wanted to keep it brief, but we are certainly would welcome any questions that you have for us, if there is time for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your presentation. Is there any questions from the board?
Yes, President Robinson, this is Secretary Triplett.
You have the floor.
First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for coming out to present to us as it relates to strategic planning, because it is very, very critical that we have a strategic plan to operate from and to move forward. And I like the inclusiveness of the community and all of the stakeholders. But I do have a question. How many districts in the state of Michigan, because I'm quite sure you've done your research on Benton Harbor area schools in order for you to be on this agenda, how many districts that look like ours have you assisted? And do you have any data to show where they are now as a result of participating with you in your strategic planning?
So I'm going to start with that. And then again, I'll let Dr. Gibson and Dr. Sudbeck weigh in on that as well. So as I said, this is something I just did this week, as a matter of fact. We have 33 active plans being implemented right now. And there are that many or more expired plans that we've done in the past. So we do this work in a lot of different types of districts. And so we have done this in one of the largest school districts in the country, so Fairfax County Schools in Virginia. over 100,000 students. And we've done this in districts, small rural districts that are as small as 500 students and everything in between. One of the, again, places that I would ask you to go back and look if you have time later is that Tinley Park, Illinois dashboard. That is, it's not a mirror of your community, but it is a diverse community who has had impact by really keeping their plan updated through the dashboard. Their goals are in the areas of course, academics, social emotional wellness for their students. They have a finance goal. They have a facilities goal. Aging facilities is, again, is an issue in many places. So again, we do this work in rural, urban, and suburban areas. And that's why we have so many associates across the country, because we really try to match. I know that Dr. Gibson and Dr. Sudbeck have done some recent plans. And so I'm going to also let them speak to the plans that they've just facilitated the creation of.
Sure, we can, the Rock Island School District was one that we just completed. Actually, we started it in person and then COVID hit, and then we went to electronic versions of getting together in groups and all of that. And in working with their superintendent and the cabinet, as well as board members and community members, put together that plan so that this is their first year of implementation, and they've been working on that. It's a very diverse community, very similar, about 6,500 students. And I know their plan is going well. They are going to be coming together for an annual update. So we'll be seeing how that first year of implementation has gone from them. Kim, anything to add to that?
Nope, I was just going to say the Rock Island as well.
Great.
Lynn and I both have, outside of Hazard Young, have also facilitated strategic planning sessions and done strategic plans with diverse communities. And so our goal is to make sure that whoever is on the task force mimics what your district looks like. And so we as facilitators will then help you work through and ask the hard questions and facilitate through that. But the task force, the people that are on the committee should be a representation of what your school district looks like.
Right. Another plan I would point you to is Lawrence County in South Carolina. That was a district with 100% of their students are eligible for free and reduced price lunch. They were having some declining enrollment issues, issues with their facilities where decisions needed to be made about which schools that needed to be closed that they just could no longer support with the amount of students they had. They had recently lost a pretty badly a building bond referendum. And so that plan was actually created about 2 years ago and really has brought their community back together. There was a lot of division in different parts and different factions of their community were very much at odds over some things that had happened there. And so what they found is that this process of community engagement allowed people who were upset to have a voice. They saw that voice reflected in their plan. And now that they're 2 years in, they are seeing some impact with their student outcomes. They're working on personalized learning, but also with their community relations and their work on their facilities issues that they're having. So while academics are very, very important, there were other issues that were really addressed by their plan as well.
President Robinson.
Yes, Secretary Triplett.
Yes, I guess the question that I was asking too was, I guess when I talk about districts that look like ours, I'm talking about our district ethnically, mm-hmm. and with demographics like that of Benton Harbor, which is not very unique within itself, which we are probably about 98% African American, mm-hmm. and So how have you all, have you dealt with any districts like that? And would you be able to address the particular needs as it relates to diversity, as it relates to equity, to those types of things? Those are issues that we deal with in Benton Harbor area schools on a regular basis.
Right, so again, Lynn and Kim, do you want to address that? I'm going to pull up our list of districts, and so.
Rock Island, I was just trying to pull that one up because that's Rock Island, Illinois. Rock Island, Milan School District. I would say would be, Lynn, do you remember what the percentages were?
I don't. It's been a little bit ago, but I'm pulling up their school report card.
Yeah.
I pulled it up. It's saying 77% white, 17% African American.
Again, let me pull up the our list.
Was that Treasurer Creighton that just spoke?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So let's again, Elgin, Illinois, we did work there. That is a diverse community. Harvey, Illinois is a mostly, I think the white population there is very, very small. Flint, Michigan, again, that's more diversity there, but we've done, again, Spokane, Washington, which is a very diverse district. Hazelwood School District in Florissant, which is, again, a suburb of St. Louis, a diverse district as well.
I know that you mentioned that you were going to give us some follow-up information on dashboard examples. Could you potentially provide us with the information that Secretary Triplett is providing, just to give us a comparison to those districts and how their racial or ethnic makeup compares to ours, so that we can have that question clarified?
So yeah, what I have is a list of all of the strategic plans that are currently in process right now. It has the district name, the location, the strategic plan dates, and the student population. I can highlight some that have student populations that look similar to yours. So yes, I'm happy to follow up with that.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the board?
No, I just was looking.
Yes, I have a question.
I'm sorry, President Robertson, may I speak?
You have the floor, Trustee Bowens.
I think this is vital and important that the district has one. Just out of curiosity, Dr. Townsend, does the district currently have a strategic plan?
No, sir. I did my research. I did not inherit a strategic plan. It is important to note that we've had several superintendents since the most recent long-term serving superintendent left in 2015. I believe the longest second serving superintendent was Dr. Shelley Walker, who served almost 2 years. A strategic plan is critical. That means in the last 5 years, no plan in place as far as what the future of our young people will look like. What is a portrait of a graduate? It's critical for me to lead our district to revitalization, to enhance the education experience for our young people. We need a plan. We've just been working off of school improvement plans and district improvement plans, which are basic plans to be compliant for the Department of Education. The strategic plan is a game changer. Every district I worked in prior to Benton Harbor area schools, we had a strategic plan, and we increased academic achievement in climate and culture over the time. So we definitely need one. We do not have one.
Okay, I'm looking forward to this, and I'm excited to see more information. I was just looking up if this group worked in Harvey, Illinois, and I know when I'm traveling to down south, I go to that city, and it's similar to Benton Harbor, probably a little bit more advanced. So I have faith in your leadership in bringing this to the platform, and I look forward to making sure this happens.
Thank you, Trustee Bowens. Are there any other questions from the board regarding the presentation provided?
I do. I have a question. I don't know.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Is this the only company that we're looking at, or are there other companies?
So we reached out to maybe 5 different companies. We have 2 who were able to send us a proposal that was able to come to our board meeting. So we have Hazard, Young and Atia and Associates, as well as the Michigan Association of School Boards, who will be presenting next.
Okay. And then I just wanted to add, thank you for that. I wanted to add, I guess for the follow-up, when we talk about diversity and also our demographics, I think it's important to look beyond race and ethnicity, and also to know, and look at, I would like to have more information about like a staff turnover kind of thing, student recruitment and turnover, also graduation rate. I mean, I know that race is important to us, but there are other elements of education and learning. And so I would like to know, what other districts. I know that someone said Michigan, it doesn't seem like they have any, work in Michigan. Oh, in Flint. Okay. But then also what other, we have a large report card of things and issues that we have and barriers. And so I'm not against strategic planning, and I'm not against this company. I would just like to, have more information about what districts they've worked in, with similar report cards that we have that could possibly move us in the right direction, that are familiar with us. Because I know a lot of times, when it's large, when the learning curve is so large, then it kind of spreads us thin, and we're always in the planning stage and learning stage, and it's hard to get into the implementation stage. So this is nothing against, no one or no company. I would just like to continue and further the discussion so that we can find a company that best fits our needs. And if it is this company, I'm open to that. I would just like to, continue the conversation.
Copy. May I add one comment, President Robinson?
Yes, go ahead.
What I wanted to say is I think a lot of it also, Treasury Creighton, has to do with stability in leadership. I know at the superintendent level, multiple times the seat has changed, also at the principalship level at multiple schools in our district. So once we get that stability in place, we can definitely work a plan. But thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
President Robinson.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Secretary.
This is Secretary Triplett. It just kind of concerns me because the Michigan Department of Education has been in this district since 2011. And for all types, all different strands and data was pulled together down through the years. And I'm just a little bit shocked that there was not anything in place when Dr. Townsend became the superintendent. And having said that, because in order for us to move forward and for us to be able to effectively do the work of the Board of Education, a strategic plan is critical. And it must, I believe that it should be in place. And so I'm not sure if there was an actual just hand, here is our strategic plan. But I do have some concerns with all of the stakeholders who have been in this district for the last 10 to 15 years that we do not have a strategic plan already in place. But thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Is there anyone else for comment on our presentation?
President Robinson, I'm just want to wait until I hear the other presentation. I'll let you know what my comments are. But I do thank the current proposal we had. It was good to hear that information. I would like to hear what the other presentation has as well.
Okay, thank you so much,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley. Go ahead, Trustee Rockett Martin.
Yes, and I thank you for the presentation also. And I'd like to ask Dr. Townsend, I'm almost flabbergasted myself that we didn't have a strategic plan. However, have you checked with any of the past superintendents? Because I'm almost sure we had something in place. It may have gotten lost, or others may not have carried it on. But I'm almost certain there was a plan, a strategic plan in place for our district.
Generally, strategic plans are public and they're posted on websites for everyone to see. For example, when I was in District of Columbia Public Schools, they had something called the Capital Improvement Plan, and it usually has a 5-year date on it. What the last plan that I saw when I came on board was under Dr. Herrera, which was a transformation plan. And that plan was expired when the state came in to reset everything, start with the Community Engagement Advisory Committee. And because we accepted those recommendations as a Board of Education, our goal is now to turn those recommendations into a strategic plan. With the new process, generally plans expire after a certain amount of time. Even at the state level, they have something called Top 10 and 10. Being a top 10 state in the next 10 years. And that plan has been modified over the years. We've not had that here where it's been modified and passed down with updated goals with regards to student achievement in climate and culture. But while I'm here, the goal is to put a plan in place. And if the Lord gives me the opportunity to serve over 5 years, we'll see us better over that time. If anything happens, someone will inherit a plan that's monitored and adjust over time to meet the needs of our kids.
Thank you. So it would be about maybe 6 or 7 years back.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Herrera was here like when? About 4 or 5 years ago? It hasn't been that long, but he left.
When he left at the top of 2019 prior to the summer.
So yeah, he hasn't been gone that long.
Right. And that plan was not used for the Community Engagement Advisory Committee, starting from scratch. And I do believe that we'll be official, given the opportunity to put together a plan.
Okay, thank you so much. I believe just about all of the board has had an opportunity to ask our presenters questions. So I am going to proceed. I just want to again thank you. I know each of us have thanked you individually, but I just want to thank you on behalf of the Board of Education for providing us with the presentation this evening. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to move on to the Michigan Association of School Boards presentation.
Thank you very much, President Robinson. For those of you that I have not met yet, my name is Debbie Stair, and I'm the Assistant Director for Leadership Development at MASB. Although I see some familiar faces on the screen tonight, many of you have been in recent CBA classes at MASB, with myself as the instructor or as the facilitator in the background. So always nice to see familiar faces, even though we're here in this Zoom environment, right? Obviously, we'd much prefer to be in district with you having this conversation, but very grateful to be one of the organizations considered to facilitate your strategic planning process. And I think my counterparts from Young and Associates would agree with me. The most important decision that you're going to make is that you move forward with a strategic plan, because it is such an important process for a district to undertake. And the organization that you select to do it, obviously, I have nothing bad to say about them. I listened to their presentation with great interest. I'm always looking for new and better ways to improve our processes. And so I took the opportunity to listen, and I think you're going to hear a lot of similarities in what I'm going to share with you this evening. And our differences is what makes us unique, and you will figure out what the right fit is for Benton Harbor. So with that, let me share my, it says host disabled participant screen sharing. So can someone give me the opportunity to share?
She's actually sharing for you. Is that okay? She has your presentation on the screen. Can you see it?
Oh, okay.
We'll hit next slide for you. Sorry about that.
All right. I didn't realize that was the way it was working, but that's fine. So honestly, I think it's important for us to start sort of at the beginning, which is why are we even having this conversation about strategic planning? And, a number of years ago, the Iowa School Boards Association partnered with their Superintendents Association, Iowa University, and their Department of Ed and said, what is it that makes such a big difference in high achieving districts? And what is the work that boards should be just laser focused on to make the biggest difference? Up until that research in the early 2000s, there had been no research at all on school board impact on student achievement. So they undertook that process. And you can see from this key work of board slide that vision is one of those 5 areas they identified as being right at the top of the list of what boards should be paying attention to. So you are right on it as far as even having this conversation. But, it's easy to say, let's have a vision and let's all work towards it. But what does that really look like? So in the next slide, we actually talk about what does that look like as it filters down through the district? What is it that gives a strategic plan such an impact in a district? And it's really because once those district goals have been identified, everyone in the district works together to achieve them. That's where the real power behind strategic planning is. So when we're talking about your own work and development, it relates back to those district goals. When we're talking about the superintendent evaluation process and the performance standards and the goals you set for the superintendent, again, directly back to those goals. And then it filters all the way down through the district for all staff and the community. And it looks different based on the hat that those individuals are wearing, but everyone pulling together, knowing what your vision is and knowing that they play a role in the achievement of that vision is really the power behind that.
Well, Atwood or those kind of locations. Right now,
I was hearing some voices in the background there. I wasn't sure if I should stop for a minute. So what is it about strategic planning that actually gets us there? Well, it's about putting that plan in place once the vision has been identified. I kind of like it akin to a road trip. We wouldn't just hop in the car and head off. We put it, we know where we're going. We put a plan in place to get there. And then once again, we all work towards doing that. One of the questions I get often from districts is, why should we even be talking about using an outside facilitator? Why can't our internal staff members lead this process? And I think there's a number of things to think about, especially as you make this decision. One is it allows your staff members to participate equally in the process. A good facilitator loses their voice in the process because their responsibility is to move the process forward. You hired some excellent people to work in your district, and you want to make sure that their voice is one of the voices heard as you develop your next strategic plan. Outside facilitators, as you've heard from my counterparts, we do a number of plans each year. And so we recognize barriers and opportunities because of those numbers of districts that we have worked with, both big and small, right? And we're also that sort of outside look, right? So we have a fresh set of eyes coming in that can really pick out things very quickly that just stand out to us based on the work we've done in other districts. It also respects the time demands on your district staff. These days, every district has cut to the bare bones, and administrators and other staff internally have a number of things on their plate and barely have enough time to do those. And so by taking this responsibility off their plates, it allows them to really focus in on those areas that you want them to be paying attention to. We're a neutral third party, and that might sound kind of funny, but people will tell us things they'll never tell someone internally, right? There'll be frank and honest with us in their feedback. And that's really important because you want this plan to be built on a nice solid base of truth.
It's like studies at home, watch my children say,
rather than something false.
I'm sorry, Ms. Dare. If we could have everyone please mute your mics. It's going to be very difficult for us to hear our presentations if we have other mics unmuted.
The last piece I wanted to point out is that, you know, we're your membership association. We've been for a very long time, and we really stand ready to support you throughout the process. And one of the benefits of us being a membership association is that as we collect that feedback from your, you know, stakeholder groups, we're not subject to FOIA. And so those individual comments that come in, you know, through the survey process are ours. And so that's not an issue of sharing individual names that may be mentioned or something along those lines. So, you know, this is just sort of a high level overview of what our planning process looks like. And you can see here from this that there are 5 basic components, and I'm going to sort of quickly go through each one of them, not spending a terrible amount of time on because I do want to give you the opportunity for answering questions. So in the pre-planning phase, I mean, really, this is what we're doing right now, right? You can go to the next slide. We're talking about what's the process going to look like. We're going to take a look at any of those extra pieces from previous work that might be in place that we can garner some useful information from. You know, we've sort of identified the scope, but we refine that as we move through this pre-planning phase with you. We're going to be looking at dates and other pieces that take place in this. We're also going to ask you to choose 5 reference districts. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a minute, but that's an important piece of this. So that second phase is our analysis needs assessment phase. It's where we're going to start gathering that data that's going to be important to us, both in a qualitative and quantitative way. So the qualitative would be those stakeholder input sessions, both face-to-face, because we think it's important for people to have the opportunity to come in and speak with us directly, where we can press for clarity. But we're also going to run an electronic survey component in the background for those folks that just don't feel comfortable coming in or just can't get in to one of the scheduled meetings. We typically hold about 10 different input sessions in a given district, but those are customized based on the needs of the district. But we do include your parents, your staff, community members, and students in that process, as well as a focus group strictly for the board and the superintendent team. So while we're collecting that qualitative data, we're also taking a look at some quantitative data. And this is where those 5 districts come in that you would select for various reasons. Because in addition to looking at your own data, we think it's important to look at some others as well. So maybe it's around, you know, when you select your 5 districts, maybe it has to do with districts you're losing students to, and you want to see what their story is. Maybe you select some districts that are similar in makeup in various ways. It might be funding levels and size of district, and it may be geography. It's all sorts of things that we consider as we work together to pick those districts. But we want to take a look at those 5 other districts as well as yours. And sorry, just had to put a cough drop in. I got a little tickle in my throat. But we're going to look at data in the areas of enrollment and demographics, student achievement, financial, personnel, and we are constantly updating and refining that data pool. But it's going to be trend data as well as that comparison data, and we're going to look at some state averages too. So we're going to gather all that information. Your consultant is going to do an analysis of that so that that information can be used at a planning team retreat, where we're going to ask you to invite some of your community into the process once again. So this will be the second opportunity for your community to have input into the design of this plan. And we're going to go through various activities throughout the day, starting with an environmental scan, and a lot of other things. It's one of those days where you feel exhausted by the end of the day, and yet you feel energized by the work of the group. By the end of that day, we will have a mission, vision, belief statements, as well as your 5 goal area statements. And those goal areas are very comprehensive. We typically have goal areas in the areas of academics, the learning environment, community engagement, personnel and leadership, and operations. So you can see we cover the gamut of all of the pieces of a school district's responsibilities. And again, my counterparts were correct. In most instances, that's pretty much where our process ends. But like theirs too, we have an implementation planning section. Excuse me, I'm so sorry for my voice. Where we come back and we work with a select group of staff members. So now we're moving from the what do we want to accomplish, where we include everyone, to the how we're going to do it, which is a staff function. And so we come back and we work with those identified staff members, and we finalize what those first year objectives are going to be. We help them actually take this big plan and start breaking it down into manageable pieces as we work through this process with them. So we teach them how to break it apart and calendar out those first year objectives, because as we know, things get away from us, and before we know it, it's the end of the year and we haven't taken the time to really move the process forward. And so we look at that. We actually demonstrate some deep dive action plans with those people who are there, because they're likely the ones that have been invited, because they're going to have implementation responsibilities. And so we do some deep dives in that regard. We also talk about board monitoring and options around those dashboards that you provide for your community. We show samples and we talk about what might be right for your particular district, because every district is different. And so their board monitoring looks different, and so does their reporting out to their communities. We also talk about the communications component, because a major component of a plan's success is making sure that you are communicating with all of those various stakeholder groups as you work through the process, looking for ways to continue building ambassadors for this plan so that more and more people own it as you move through the process. The last phase is really the documentation phase, where we provide the board with the reports from the planning process, 2 different documents, one that you can use the next morning. You can share far and wide with various groups to show what the plan encompasses. It's sort of a PR document, if you will. And then there's a summary report that really details out the process, including all the work product from the retreat, so that you have all of that documentation to use as you move through those 3 to 5 years that the process is in place. We talk about the importance of that monitoring of the board. We ask the board to adopt the plan at that point, being the mission, vision, beliefs, and the goal statements. And then we also talk to you about the power of annual renewals and what those might look like in your district to keep that process alive, so that it is continuing to move forward. And there's various ways to do that, depending upon how much community involvement you want to keep moving through the process. I've included a sample timeline for you. So here we are today talking about the presentation. Hopefully you would make a decision early this spring so that we could hit the ground running before school even starts, with some of that data collection and preparation, and even begin some of those stakeholder input sessions with groups like yourself and the administrative team. We would start collecting that data and holding those other stakeholder group meetings in September, when folks are ready and excited about a new school year and what that brings with it. And we would be able to typically have this plan wrapped up in December, potentially January. A lot of that has to do with how quickly we get dates set. There's a lot of holidays in this, fall first semester season. But there's no reason that you wouldn't have a plan approved and ready to be used as part of your budgeting process come second semester, and even have, ample opportunity for some implementation work to begin in that second semester. Some included services along the way that you really wouldn't notice so much, but they are in the background, is things like templates for press releases and invitations and those sorts of things. We also would provide meeting updates so that as the process is moving along in the background, the board is being kept abreast of participation rates and things like that as we're moving through that process. I didn't mention that we will want you to not only approve moving forward with the process, but we're going to want your involvement in it. We would expect that you all would be a participant in that planning retreat, and that you would also encourage participation both in those input sessions and even provide some suggestions for participants in that planning retreat. But we think it's really important for you to engage in that process yourself, to really interact with those other stakeholders, hear what they have to say, let them hear your thoughts and perspectives. It's a really powerful day. And part of that, sort of a side effect really, of participating together in that is the team building that actually happens, not only for your board and superintendent, but for you and the community as well. So you hold a really important role, not to minimize what happens. Gosh, I'm so sorry. What happens after you adopt the plan, because that monitoring of the progress is what makes the difference for any strategic plan. What the board monitors gets done, and it's probably going to be your most critical role in the whole process, is monitoring its progress throughout. So with that, I've kind of done the highlights. You have a written proposal as well. You all know where to find me. I've had phone calls and emails from some of you already about other questions that you've had, but I have added my contact information here. So with that, I'm going to open it up to whatever questions that you might have for me since we're together.
Thank you so much for providing your presentation. And yes, I've been in a few of your classes and it's always a pleasure. So thank you. Do we have any questions from the board regarding her presentation?
Yes, President Robinson.
Go ahead, Secretary Triplett, you have the floor.
How you doing? I too have been in some of your classes and have found them very helpful and insightful as we learn how to do this work with integrity and to be able to in the right skill set. I always enjoy your presentations and what have you. I do have a question. I guess it's basically the same question. How many districts have you all worked with that look like Benton Harbor, that's familiar with or that you dealt with, that have the same demographic, the same academic data, the same, just the same, that looks similar to our district? And it's not just in color as it relates to our color, but our color is very, very important, as it relates to cultural equity and all of those different things, because those issues have really affected us in many, many areas as we try to establish a foundation of how we are going to look as Benton Harbor. So have you guys done work with districts that look similar to ours, Debbie?
Absolutely. We work in districts across the state, right? We have done, 600 student districts to, 15,000 student districts and everywhere in between. But I think especially important for you to know, we've worked with districts like Redford Union, Oak Park. We're wrapping up Bridgeport Spalding, who has had a lot of similar challenges to what Benton Harbor has gone through. We recently completed the plan in Saginaw. we've worked with Lansing, and in the fall, we're going to be working with Flint and also with Marshall, who absorbed Albion's students. So I think we've worked, with a lot of districts who have some similar components. But as I said before, every district has its own unique challenges and situations and makeup, and we highly customize what this looks like for you based on those needs that you have. But I think that gives you a little bit of a flair for some of the districts who you might consider having some similar challenges and struggles that they face to yours.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett, for your question, and thank you, Debbie, for your response. Are there any other questions from the board?
Madam President, I do have a question.
Go ahead, Trustee Bowens.
My question is, how would you, how would you measure your success rate with developing strategic plans? And anyone can develop a strategic plan and it's on paper, but what is your success rate, or what has been the success rate that you have seen with your work?
I think the greatest success indicator to me are districts who come back to do their next round of strategic planning. The ones who have seen success. When I took over this position 7 years ago with MASB, it was really important for me to take a look at the process we were using and was it meeting districts' needs. And to be honest, we didn't have the implementation planning component in our process at that point. And what I saw was we would hand this beautiful plan in a book to a district, and they would struggle from there because they didn't understand how to take it from this plan to a real process that was indeed a living, breathing thing. And so that was when we changed the process to include that component. Do I have a percentage rate for you or a figure? No, I don't, but we regularly evaluate how districts feel about the process itself. We take that very seriously and continue to improve our processes all the time. I'd be happy to give you a list of all of the districts we've worked with in Michigan in the past few years. And I would feel comfortable telling you, you could call any one of them and ask them how they feel. We supported them through the process and continue to support them even when it's over. Because again, we're your membership association and we want you to be successful.
Okay, and that goes to my next question. And I'm sorry, you probably answered this, and it's not dealing with demographics, but have you dealt with schools like Flint or Pontiac or Inkster that has been controlled by the state? And have you developed or partnered with the state in developing a strategic plan?
As I mentioned, we'll be working with Flint in the fall. Saginaw was one of the districts that actually came to us through our work with the state. And so that particular process was as part of a partnership agreement. And I think that the superintendent there and those board members would tell you that it really has made quite a difference in their district and the kinds of things they're accomplishing now. So, have we worked with Inkster recently? No, maybe in the past, but I don't even give out districts previous to 2014 because we didn't use the same process then, and so it would be apples to oranges to compare it to. But I do think that Saginaw and Redford Union and Bridgeport, Spalding, those would all be good comparisons for you. We were actually supposed to start Flint's prior to this, but because of COVID, and its transition and superintendency, they put it on pause. And so that's why we won't be starting it until fall. But, I have every confidence that we will do a good job.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Trustee Bowens, for your question. Are there any other questions from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead, Vice President Bradley.
Yeah. I was just gonna make a comment. That was one of I enjoyed the presentation. Hello, Debbie. Good to see you. I think I have a few of your classes this weekend. Always something to learn. And I remember taking the strategic planning class you offered back in I think December it was, or I think November. So it's very informative, to kind of give us the idea of how a strategic plan works. I'm excited that we're having this conversation. When I first came on board back in 2019, that was one of my questions that I asked the other board at that time was, do we have a strategic plan? Because we definitely need a vision to know where we're going and how we want to operate in the future. And so I think as we start laying this foundation for a strategic plan, it's important that we as a board and the community unite behind the vision so that we can keep on moving in the right direction. And that's all I was going to say on that.
Well, thank you along with the others for your kind comments around our CBA plans.
Okay, are there any other questions for MASB? All right, hearing none, I just want to say thank you, Debbie, again for your presentation this evening. I really appreciate you giving us time today.
Well, thank you again for inviting us. And as I said, your most important decision is moving forward with the planning process. And I'm sure either one of us would do good work for you in that area. So with that, thank you again.
Thank you so much. All right, our next order of business are our committee reports. So I am going to begin with Vice President Bradley in providing the Operations and Facilities Committee report.
Good evening, everyone. Let me find my notes here. Just a second. Can you come back to me? I can find my notes.
I sure can. Treasurer Creighton, are you ready? You can begin with either finance or human resources.
I'm not sure who can do the Human Resources Committee report. The meeting was had after I canceled it, so I don't have any information regarding that.
Okay, you can proceed with the Finance Committee report.
I was going to say it's a lot like what most high schools in the state go.
Trustee, okay, thank you, Secretary Triplett. You can begin with the Finance Committee report, Treasurer Creighton.
I too have to get my notes together for that.
Okay, no worries. Secretary Triplett, are you ready for Curriculum and Special Education Committee?
Yes, is Dr. Shelton on the line?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, if Dr. Shelton could go ahead and present what was presented there, because I had a lot of technical difficulty. And so I missed out on a lot of the information, and she can share some information. But the part that I did hear, I did hear some good information. So if you could, Dr. Shelton.
Not a problem. Basically, we did review, as always, special ed and how close we are to being completely out of compliance. I believe we have just one item left on our dashboard, and we will have no compliance items, non-compliance items with the state. Most of the committee time was taken up with a presentation on our library and literacy project, which is actually a presentation that you will see later on. And we brought forth an amendment to the course catalog, which also falls under mine a little bit later.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Shelton, for assisting with the update from the Curriculum and Special Education Committee. Vice President Bradley, are you ready?
I am.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we did our facilities committee meeting, and we had to discuss the roof assessments and what they were found there. They did the high school assessment. We discussed the bank building and some property maintenance of that property there on Riverview. We were also looking at a GMB report. Next page. So I got 5 million notes in this notebook. Yeah, roof assessments, and We are waiting on the estimate for the boiler replacement. And we also discussed the lawn service bid, and we were looking at an outsourcing vendor list, and also discussed building up capacity as well with pertaining to outsourcing. That's all I have for the facilities needs.
Thank you so much, Vice President Bradley. Treasurer Creighton, are you ready with finance? Secretary Tripoli, were you trying to say something to me? I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
No, I wasn't.
Go ahead, Treasurer Creighton.
Thank you. For the Finance Committee report, we actually met we met the week before spring break, and with Mr. Johnson and our Finance Committee. Mr. Johnson, several of the that he was working on. We spent a lot of time actually to read the reports and some of the things we needed to look. I think we had a pretty good meeting. He went through and kind of explained his reporting, and we discussed if we were going to continue to do monthly reports or if we were going to change the reports. And he and the committee agreed that it was good information and that we did not want to change to creating a calendar to go over those things. And so that we'll know in advance what we're doing and how we're doing it. And so we had a pretty good meeting for
Ms. Creighton, I'm not sure if you're still speaking, but I can't hear what you're saying currently. After a pretty good meeting, I couldn't hear anything else.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, so we had a good meeting. I don't know, pretty much my.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm on that committee just to add input. It was a really good meeting. We learned a lot every meeting, but I think last meeting especially, we went through reports and kind of dug into them a little bit deeper. So thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Trustee Rockette Martin, are you able to give us just a brief update on the HR committee meeting?
I was looking for the committee highlight notes that Liz sent, and my my little worm is going around and around. So
we have it if you want me to, or Ms. Gail, do you want to read it? We have it for you, Trustee Rockette.
Okay.
I was getting ready to say, Miss Gail probably could give you the report.
That works for me as well.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Our meeting was held on
Wednesday, March.
Can you hear me? The HR subcommittee was held on March 24th. It was a Wednesday. Under staffing, we have reviewed 3 items: separations of employment. And then we had looked at the list of positions which will be funded under the new literacy state grant. Also, we have looked over the description for the Student Information Systems or SIS administrator. And while this is not a new position and it has not been filled this school year, and it was brought up to review the duties and the IT department structure to familiarize our committee members with it. We have also talked about recruitment and the strategy, recruitment strategy for the high school principal was shared. And the administration did say that the best effort will be made to have the finalists interviewed in a broader forum. The last item that we have reviewed is the district calendar for 2021-2022 school year, which was developed through an extensive collaborative process that was presented and is being brought forward today for the board to review and approve. Thank you.
Thank you so much for stepping in and helping out for us, Ms. Gail. And thank you to all of our chairs for providing the updates on your committee meetings. Now, I noticed on the agenda, the way I have it ordered, it probably would have made a little bit more sense had I put the committee meeting dates right under the committee updates, but we're going to proceed with the agenda as it is. So we'll go to policy 0167.6, and then we'll come back to the committee dates after. So we just wanted to go over this particular policy. I think it was Trustee Bowens that asked that we review it and discuss it during this meeting. So policy 0167.6 discusses use of social media. And it says social media as defined in bylaw 0100 should not be used to conduct any form of Board of Education business. And then Sue, if I could have you go to the next policy and we'll discuss them mutually. Policy 014.3.1 states that the Board of Education President functions as the official spokesperson for the board from time to time. However, individual board members will make public statements on school matters. If the statements imply, or if the readers or listeners could infer that the opinions expressed or statements made are the official positions of the board members shall, when writing or speaking on school matters, make it clear that their views do not necessarily reflect the views of the board or their colleagues on the board. This bylaw shall apply to all statements and or writings by individual board members not explicitly sanctioned by a majority of its members, except as follows. 1, correspondence such as a legislative proposal when the board member has received official guidance from the board on the matters discussed in the letter. 2, routine, not for publication correspondence of the superintendent and other board employees. 3, routine thank you letters of the board. 4, statements by the board members on non-school matters, providing the statements do not identify the author as a member of the board. And 5, personal statements not intended for publication. B, copies of this bylaw shall be sent annually to local media by the board president. A board member's personal or private use of social media may have unintended negative consequences to the board member and or the district, including possible violations of the Open Meetings Act and issues relating to the creation of a public record. Posting to social media should be done in a manner sensitive to the board members' responsibilities, applicable district policies, and legal obligations. So I think there was, this was the discussion that I had with Trustee Bowens, and he wanted me to bring it up to the board in our meeting to see if there was any input specifically on these policies. And so because it was specifically Trustee Bowen's request, I am going to open it up for comments from the board, but I want to begin with Trustee Bowens.
Thank you, Madam President.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. A couple of weeks ago, I asked a question, and it was not pertaining to Benton Harbor area schools or anything that we discussed. It was, thinking about the COVID pandemic and how it has affected children. And I asked, should we do mandatory summer school or should it be a year-round school? And I guess it was a complaint or something, or an email said it could be in violation. My first question is, are we able to unadopt Neola policies? And what might be a simple question to me as communicating with my constituents could come off as I'm discussing board issues. So it's like you're censored. So I guess my question is, are we able to unadopt Neola policies, certain policies, or are we going to be policed by individuals of things that we state? And that's my point.
Okay. Is there any other conversation or any comments on Trustee Bowen's statement?
Yes.
Go ahead, Secretary Triplett.
First of all, there are guidelines and rules that relate to the Open Meetings Act of board members. As far as being censored, as long as you're within those parameters, I don't think we need to go into changing policies and what have you, because those policies were put in place by the Neola group in order to make sure that we are in compliance and to keep us protected. As far as people's feelings about, just like that, but you said, Trustee Bowens, that you asked a question about whether or not, what do the community think about going to summer school? What do the community think about going to school year round? That has absolutely nothing to do with anything because we've never discussed that. So I don't think that you have any board members here that are that naive as it relates to us coming out and discussing things that we've talked about that are confidential or what have you. I think one thing that's very, very important, that we educate ourselves on the Open Meetings Act, because it can be tricky. And there is an upcoming session and a webinar within the next week. And I will send that information to the Board of Education. These webinars are on the MASB site for us to be able to go to and look at. But as far as us changing policy and what have you, because somebody's feeling some kind of way, I don't see how that even applies to anything. If everybody just follow the policies and the rules, and then we'll be all right. That's the way I feel, because nobody's going to monitor my page and tell me what I can post and what, or because they read it and misinterpreted it or took it personal, and it has nothing to do with what our policies specifically state. So I haven't seen any board member on Facebook do anything that have discussed anything that we've discussed as a board. And everything that we discuss as a board, basically for the majority of things, unless it has been placed in closed session and we're not in, then we wouldn't be in violation. So yeah, I just didn't understand why that was even on here, but now I know that you did have that concern about being approached about even asking that question, and that right there, you good.
And I think Trustee Bowens, you did put a status up shortly after your post indicating that they were your individual views of yourself. So that's something that's specifically noted in the policy as well. Any other?
Yeah, and like I said, you know, I'm in agreement with everyone on.
I'm sorry, is that you, Vice President Bradley?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm in agreement with everyone. Everyone what was said with Trustee Barnes and Secretary Triplett. It's, you know, I would look at it as a sense of, let's just make sure that, you know, we be mindful of our positions, because like you said, somebody can take what we post, and then if we have to make sure we put disclaimers out there, because we put some up there and then somebody take it, run with it and say, oh, this is what the board is thinking about. So I don't have any issue with, you know, with what we say or what we do, just as long as we just be mindful that somebody can take it up and run with it and you know, interpret it a different way.
Thank you,
but
Vice
as long as this is Secretary Triplett, as long as it is not in violation of the policy, then go forth and move. Because there will be times when we will be putting questions out there to our constituents, because we are an elected body. And so there might be things that we might want to ask the community ourselves, because my posts are not just about me. My post has been prior to coming to this board about issues and what have you, as it relates to the citizens of Benton Harbor, Michigan. So as long as we know the policy, it doesn't matter if somebody come and say, well, this is what their interpretation, this is what they thought it was. As long as we know the policy, that's why it is critical that we understand the policy, and then we'll be able to go forward.
Okay, any other comments or additions to this agenda item? All right, thank you everyone for that conversation, and thank you Trustee Bowens for requesting that we review that policy. We're going to proceed to committee meeting dates and times. So this is not an agenda item that's going to take a lot of time. We just wanted to ensure, and I'll send this is on the agenda, but I'll send it out as an individual link so that you all can save it in your email records. But what Ms. Goodwin did prior to leave is that she went through the dates that are secured. Each of you have received this information in your calendar invites. I do use my Google Calendar, and it reflects all of my meeting dates as well. But then to ensure that we don't have future or further confusion on the dates and times of our scheduled committee meetings, she did go through and have them noted for each committee for each month. the date and time of that meeting. And so this is to ensure that if we have any questions or clarifications regarding when exactly we're meeting this month, because some of them are like the 4th week or the 5th week, we have the dates noted. You'll notice that for November, due to the holiday, there are some dates that indicate that they may change. So we will get those dates confirmed closer to that time. But as it stands, these are the scheduled dates and times for our meeting. So we just wanted to ensure that we had that clarified so everyone can be clear. Are there any questions or concerns regarding the current committee meeting schedule?
President Robinson, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Do we have a process for changing date conflict arise?
Yes, ma'am. So if we've had it where administration has requested to change a date. I think we've also had it where our board has requested to change a date or has asked for additional meetings to be scheduled. So I think mutually it's just a decision amongst the admin and the board to collectively look at a date and time that works for the majority.
Is that in the policy?
You know, I'm asking if there's a procedure because you know I do feel some kind of way as HR committee chair that I canceled the meeting and rescheduled it, and the meeting still took place, and it was a committee majority vote. So I would just like to know, you know, what are we as a board agreeing to do moving forward, that, you know, these things don't happen and it does not cause conflict. If there is a scheduling conflict as a board, can we discuss, and it does not have to be today, but I would like to discuss across the board, what are we going to do if there is a conflict with dates? Is this for the committee to decide? Because this is a board, you know, committee meeting, although this is not a staff meeting. And so because this is a board committee meeting, I think it's important that, you know, the board makes the decision on when is best for us to meet, and then, or that committee, I'm sorry, then, you know, we kind of move forward on how we're going to do it. And so just wanted to kind of put that out there.
Yes, ma'am, Treasurer Creighton. So the policy doesn't spell out the changing of our committee meetings. It does outline changing of our regular board meetings and things of that nature, but we can definitely get a procedure in place so that we can ensure that we're following that moving forward. Okay, any other clarifications regarding the current schedule? And as stated, I'll send out this link so that you all have it in a separate email as well, so that you don't have to go and dig into the agenda to get it. All right, we can move on to the next agenda item. So the next agenda item is a discussion on ending work sessions. So previous to this year, we were doing, at some point last year, I can't remember exactly which month, we voted as a board to go to one standard board meeting. In our organizational meeting for this year, we voted to go back to 2 meetings, one being the work session, which is what we're doing now, and the other being the regular board meeting. So we now meet twice a month. It was requested that we add a discussion to ending work sessions by one of our board members. So that's something that I added to the agenda just to discuss today during our work session. So I'm going to open up the floor for conversation on this particular topic. And this is to discuss whether or not we feel that we are in a place as a board where we can end work sessions and go back to a place of having one meeting, or if we want to continue doing 2 meetings, or if that's even something that we want to be considering at this point. So I'll open for questions or comments rather regarding this discussion topic.
So President Robinson, the board member that wanted this to be added on the agenda, maybe they could present their case and their reasoning and rationale, and then we can go from there.
Okay. Trustee Bowens, do you want to start the conversation?
My pleasure. Thank you, Honorable Madam President. I believe that we've been elected for over a quarter now with the school board, and with the committee meetings and our regular meetings, we have the necessary information where we should be able to eliminate the work session.
Are you done? Are you finished speaking, Trustee Bowens?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Yes, and that's why I believe we should have a discussion and eliminating the work sessions.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Bowens, for providing your insight. Are there additional comments?
Yes, I have some comments. The whole purpose and reason for asking for the work session was to, first of all, give us an opportunity as a predominantly novice board of education for us to get an opportunity to meet and discuss things and have things presented to us before we go into action. We do have committee meetings. And for me, as a new board member, I come in and I give a report out on what my understanding of what happened in our committee meetings. And I did speak to you, President Robinson, about possibly looking at the individuals who, the chiefs, who present the information for when they get ready to come out of the committee meetings, that they be able to present what was happening at that particular committee meeting. Also, I think that is very, very important. If you look here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets of minutes that we need to approve. We still have a lot of work to do. We still have, I think that when we get an opportunity to see what it is that all of our committees are doing, because some of us are on just one committee and we depend on that. So we get that information that night and then vote on it on the same night. And I also think that this gives our community members an opportunity to hear and see what we are discussing and what we are working on, so that when they come to the meeting where we are actually voting, they will be able to, if they want to speak on the first public comment section, they will have an opportunity to have had some knowledge so they can speak on it. Because sitting on the other side as a citizen of this community and going to the board meeting and they're saying you can speak at this particular time, but the only thing you can speak on is what's on the agenda. Well, I see this piece of paper in front of me, but I don't know what the agenda, what it is, and so that's why we don't get a lot of comments on what's actually on the agenda, because as citizens, we don't know what the agenda items are. And so this is, for me, I think that this is something that we are not strong enough yet as a new board. And I think that we need to continue. Even in this, we're still learning our way through this work. And I don't think a quarter, 3 months is enough time to say that we've arrived as a board of education, as a new board of education. So that's why I would say that we need to continue for us, and we need to continue for our citizens, so that next week, those who are on this board, this work session right now, if they have some more questions, they can come back and have they will be able to speak with some knowledge and some prior information. So I think this is a good piece, and it needs to stay in place.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett, for your comments. Is there any additional input on the discussion topic?
I would just appoint President Robinson if possible, something.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Treasurer Craig.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've been in this work about we even have through the agenda. So my concern is if we eliminate this meeting, we will have 6 to 7 hour 1 week. And so, I think the reason for making the motion, like Mr. Triplett stated, was to make sure that we have time to discuss our pressure of voting, that we could, just like we just did in the last presentation, ask questions, get more information, have time where, individuals can follow up with us and make an informed decision when it's time to vote.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Is there any?
President Robinson, another thing, just like tonight, for me as a board member, and we got the agenda in advance and what have you, but I really didn't have any clue about the strategic planning proposal presentation tonight. I had no clue about we were discussing social media policies, and not even knowing that we were even going to discuss ending the work session. This right here gives us an opportunity. I feel comfortable saying that, you know, when I come out of this work session, because when I get off of this work session tonight, there are some questions and some things that I have as it relates to the first few sections that we've already discussed tonight. And so I don't think that, you know, not throwing any shade or anything, but this is not a rubber stamp season. We need to make informed informed decisions. And we need to, as elected officials, we said that we were going to represent our constituents. And I think that this is a great opportunity for our constituents to have another opportunity to find out what's happening with the Ben Harbor area schools.
You know, I want to say, Madam President, may I please speak?
Yes, you can.
The reason why I brought this up on the agenda, and I want to thank you so much, Secretary Triplett, for explaining in detail that, from my understanding, last year, the board has done this for over a year now, where they only had one regular board meeting. And we have committee meetings, and we're able to email and gather information. And as us being elected officials, we should be able to communicate with our constituents. And as us eliminating a work session that I originally thought was for us to gain information and everything, so we get into the new of it, I don't see what's the point of the work session if we're repeating the same thing at the regular meeting. I understand what my colleagues are saying, but I really think that we should eliminate this, and I hope this goes on the agenda next week for us to remove the work sessions.
Okay, I do want to, we've so far heard from Trustee Bowen, Secretary Triplett, Treasurer Creighton. I want to give our other trustees an opportunity to speak as well, as this topic impacts us all. So I normally just ask if anyone has any input, but I do want to, you know, kind of reach out. Trustee Bradley or Vice President Bradley, Trustee Rockette Martin, Trustee Buchanan, do either of you have any additional comments on this discussion topic?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Trustee Buchanan, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to say good afternoon to all the board members. And I'm gonna say echo what Brother Triplett said, the Secretary. You need, the community is important, very important part of our district, and our people should know. So you know, I heard everything, and I want to say this to Bud. Thanks for getting my computer up and running, but I couldn't get into it. But I'm on the phone and listen to everything being said. We got to remember the community, that we were the elected officials for them, but we need to know what we're talking about when we speak to people on the street. So let's get it right. We got to get it right as a board member. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Buchanan. We'll ensure that we have you noted for attendance purposes as well. Vice President Bradley, Trustee Rockette Martin, do either of you have comments to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I am in agreement with Trustee Bowens, and I do agree with you, President Robinson, that it is more efficient for us to have one meeting. And that being said, because that way we can go in, because a lot of the stuff does get repetitive. And if we have you know, committee meetings where we're coming to committee meetings as a board to get the information, because some of that information we already know is going to go back on the agenda. So that's helping the community there. Also, you know, with I hear everyone saying about the community, but I think for the community, it is imperative that we are also making sure the community is engaged, but also making sure that they are drawn to the political process, so that we are not drawing out a lot of things. So if we do one meeting a month, which we've done for a whole year, they are effective and efficient because we go in, we get what we have to get done. A lot of the stuff that we have to vote on, for example, here at the work session, we're going to turn around and vote right back up on it. So it's good that we have that one meeting, so everything is already discussed. The meetings wouldn't be that long. The only reason why the meeting probably would be drawn out is because if we have additional questions or presentations.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Bradley. And Trustee Rockette Martin, I don't mean to put you on the
No,
spot.
I know. My
decline.
question would be to us is, do we feel like the workshop meeting has accomplished what we intended it for it to do? Because what we've experienced has not always been the best, if we really just say it like it is in our works, in getting the job done. So we haven't been able, we haven't at times been able to use that work session in a productive way to further the work that we need to get done. So with that being said, in my opinion, let's try one session and see if that will not be better for us.
President Robinson.
Yes, Secretary Triplett.
I do respect all of my colleagues as well. And I did hear Trustee Bowen state that, we have our committee meetings and we have emails. I've never received email or any kind of report from any committee that I'm not on. So I haven't seen that anywise. And I'm just saying, for me, it is very, very helpful. I don't know what the facilities committee, as a matter of fact, we couldn't even report out tonight ourselves as a chairman of these various committees. And so we had to depend on our chiefs to assist in that area. And so again, we can say what it is that we do. I don't think anybody here has ever received a report from the HR committee. I know I have not sent out a report from the Curriculum and Instruction Special Education Committee to the board in its entirety. So I don't, unless somebody is getting emailed from other committees that I'm not getting from those. So again, I think that we are not strong enough, to, as a new board, that we're not versed enough in policies. We know internally that there have been things that have that have caused us some troubles. And one thing that we could possibly do, tweak it. I would like for the board to take into consideration that we tweak it, that we look at it, like, say, for instance, if we report out in this work session, then we might not have to duplicate that in our actual meeting. That we do have to do committee reports twice. That that was just we're in the infancy. I don't think that we have enough data or for us to jump up and just say this is something that we don't need to do within 3 months of us meeting as a board. So I would like for my colleagues to assist me. This has been helpful to me so that I can continue to do the work. And again, I would never, ever dismiss our constituents. Each time, each one of us have been at this meeting, no one has been able to speak in public comments as it relates to agenda items, because they don't have the information as it relates to agenda items, because they're not familiar with it. And I think that this is a time and a place where they can do that. So for me, it helps me to be able to do my work effectively. But either way, I'm gonna do my work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 2 other things that I want to point out.
Go ahead, Treasurer Creighton.
One thing, as far as emailing, I'm not sure what the reference for that was, but I'm not interested as a public official in emailing anything, as I know that is a direct violation of the Open meetings at, having discussion via email. So I think, that was one intention with having a work session. And then also, as we actually discussed this in our yearly organizational meeting. And so I'm not sure why we're revisiting it just after 3 short months. We did, Ms. Rockett, actually have, you remember our first meeting, we did not implement the work sessions the first month. So we did have January where, we spent a lot of time. We had really long meetings trying to cram everything in. And then I think in February or March, we had an emergency meeting. We actually had 2 emergency meetings planned for March. I think one was canceled. And so just keeping those things in mind as we are all learning, we do have 5 new board members. I do think the initial intent, I actually made the motion and it was supported by several board members, including Trustee Bowens. We did talk about, just the need to be able to discuss items and not have we're elected officials and we're making really, really tough decisions. And so I think, it is an opportunity for us to be able to sit back and to discuss and to be able to make to ask questions and we have a week between time in order to for the individuals presenting, the superintendent, the cabinet, everyone to have a discussion to make an informed decision. And so when that staff report is made, we can make an informed decision based on giving people an opportunity to give us the information, to ask questions, to do research, and then to follow up. And so I would just ask my colleagues, as we are in the still in the forming stage, that we do continue to have our work sessions so that we can make the informed decisions moving forward. I too have several things that I could be doing during this time, but as a board member and as an educator and as a public official, I think it's important that I stop and spend some time doing the work with my colleagues so that I can like I said, make an informed decision and make sure that this is just not something that I'm doing or that I'm not making an impulse decision, but that I have the opportunity to, hear good presentations like we got tonight. At a regular board meeting, I don't know if we were going to vote, that we would have time for our, for the group out of Illinois to give us the information. And then we have time to, for them to follow up and answer questions. And so I think that work session gives us that opportunity without the pressure, without, of making a quick decision, whether it be for or against it. We have time to go back and do research so that we can make up our minds and know how to vote. And so I think that was my intent behind it. It wasn't, to do anything but have time to devote to board business, to get information, to give the public an opportunity to present, to give the board to, I think it's good for us to sit here and have these discussions and to kind of see how other people are thinking and, moving forward. And so whatever the board decides, obviously I'm going to support it. But I do think, we don't have enough time. 2 meetings is not even enough to discuss some of the serious work that we're doing. And so I would encourage, us to continue to have our work session and then our monthly meeting.
Madam President, may I please speak again? And this will be my final time, Madam President.
Okay, I'll go forward, Trustee. And I probably will opt out of comment just for the sake of time, because I think both sides of the argument has been presented very eloquently. So I'll go ahead and allow you to speak. You can actually have my turn in the conversation and then we'll proceed with the meeting.
Okay. I've been an elected official before. I've served on committees. I've seen how things work. I know how to communicate with the residents. I know how to talk. I understand our committee meetings are now being recorded, so board members will be able to have the access that they need. I also know that we can email the president and she communicates with the superintendent. When this was originally voted on, I did not vote for it. I voted against it. After speaking with staff, speaking with other board members, I agree that now is the time for us to go to one meeting. No shade, no ham, no turkey, whatever you want to say. I believe this is more efficient and it makes it easier for staff and the board members. It also allows us, this is why I'm asking that this is being done, because the amount of time that we spent on going back on this is not efficient. And I am asking that this be placed on the agenda for next week as we discuss this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to each of my colleagues for the conversation this evening. And one thing that I will note is that we may not always agree on conversation topics, but we all provide very good information and detail and arguments as to our viewpoints. So I thank each of you for participating in the conversation tonight. And I think we have conducted some amazing board business this evening. Now there's one typo on the agenda that has been added since we started that is bothering me. Sue, there's an extra MNB that was added next to the use of social media. If we can get that out of there. Not sure where that came from. Awesome, thank you so much. And then we are actually going to proceed with the superintendent's information. He's going to discuss policy 0141.1.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to inform the board that this is a policy that we've had in place. It was adopted June 13, 2017, and also was a policy in the past. But what we'd like to do is bring back a student body representative to our board. The policy states that the board shall have 2 representatives from the high school student body selected by the superintendent and approved by the board. Each representative shall be allowed to participate in all board discussions and attend committee meetings to which they may be assigned or invited. The student body representative shall not be allowed to vote or participate in closed session. As superintendent, I do believe that student voice is a major part of us getting better as a district over time. And I'm very excited to implement this policy. Now, obviously there's COVID restrictions. We're looking to implement this policy at the top of fall 21-22 school year. When I came on board, when I was hired in December of 2019 and officially started February of 2020, this policy was not implemented. Obviously, COVID-19 occurred. But as I move forward and as we decide to be an official, highly functioning school district, I would love to have our student body representatives with us as we do this amazing work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Townsend.
Yes.
And I'll just add really quickly, and then I'll allow you to go, Trustee Rockette Martin. I did notice this policy in our bylaws, and I think it's extremely important that we have an opportunity to hear the voice of our students at our actual meetings and allow the community to hear their voices as well. So I am excited about this particular policy. I'll allow Trustee Rockette Martin to have the floor next. And I believe Trustee Bowens and Vice President Bradley were also student representatives on the school board previously. So I'm not sure if you guys have any insight that you'd like to provide as well, but I'll go ahead and defer to Trustee Rockette Martin.
I just wanted to say in one of our sessions, I believe Mr. Triplett was in that session with me, earlier sessions that we did with MASB. They stated that it would be good to have a junior high student on your board for the simple fact that they would be more unfiltered and really tell you, what they think. I remember the presenter was saying the high school students will filter their thoughts a little bit, their speech a little bit, but the junior high students will actually tell you how it is, what they're thinking, how they would like things to be, and she seemed to have thought that you'd get more of a true picture with having a junior high school student on there as well as a high school student. But just a thought.
Thank you, Trustee Rockette Martin. Any more input, questions, or comments from the board?
Madam President, may I please go?
Yes, Trustee Bowens, you have the floor.
In 2006, I served as the student board representative for the student body of Benton Harbor Area Schools, and it was an honor. And then in 2007, they asked me to come back, and I served as the assistant to the board president. It was an honor, and I believe when young people are heard, it brings valuable information and it brings a valuable level that you're not familiarized in hearing every day. So I think this would be a great thing to bring back to the board. And I'm actually sad to see it's gone away, but I think this would be a great thing, and I look forward to seeing this happen.
Thank you, Trustee Bowens. Any more input or questions or comments from the board?
Yes, Madam President.
Go ahead, Vice President Bradley.
I would also like to say that I had the opportunity to serve as well as a student representative in 2004 to 2005, and it was a tremendous opportunity. Had a chance to go to, I think, 1 or 2 school board trainings, and had an opportunity to sit in on a major I want to say major hire, because at that time when I first started doing the student representative, we didn't have a band director at that time, back in late 04. So I asked, could I be on that interview as a band student, and I got the green light to go ahead, and it was an opportunity to work with a lot of people that taught me professionalism skills, and different things, and also taught leadership, because I was in the Key Club, student council, and various things. So it would be very good that we get, have students. I also had the opportunity to reach out to another board president that was getting ready to implement, trying to get a student representative as well. And so she was asking me for some guidance on that and how to work that over on the east side of the state in Hamtramck, I think. And like I said, it's very good, because in that way we kind of get, as I said, like as being school board members, we have that 50,000-foot view, but so we're not close to the ground. So having we get the student perspective, and then what's going on before we make some of those major decisions.
Thank you, Vice President Bradley. Any more input from the board regarding the student board representative? Okay, we'll proceed to the district calendar. Dr. Townsend?
Yes, with regard to our district calendar, over the last several months, we worked with our teachers union and a team of over 24 educators to draft the most effective district calendar possible. It's important to note that this calendar complies with the common calendar adopted by Berry and Risa Intermediate School District. All T's were crossed, all I's were dotted. This was also presented at our HR committee meeting. This is for any board member to peruse, ask any question you like on it as we come up to voting, but this is the district calendar that we are presenting. We had a union meeting today prior to this Board of Education meeting, and our teachers union praised the process that we went through to develop this district calendar. It's in the best interest of our students, and I hope next week you guys would approve the staff report.
Thank you, Dr. Townsend. Are there any questions or comments from the board regarding the district calendar?
Yes, President Robinson, I had requested from the superintendent and at the HR committee for a copy of the calendar in PDF form. So I have yet to receive that. So I'm looking forward to receiving it. What we saw was that they were putting the input in at the HR meeting, but we never received the PDF copy of the calendar so that we can get an overview. So if we can get that this week, that would be great. That would be helpful for me.
Copy.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. It's nice to see your face as well, Secretary Triplett.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I'm pressing on through. I done moved up a little bit.
I see you got your Tiger shirt on too. Go Tigers.
I'm from Ben Harbor.
Any other comments or questions from the board regarding the district calendar? And as mentioned, it is, I believe, is that Excel, Dr. Townsend?
Yes,
Excel
it is. Slides, Google
Okay.
Slides. So you have access to it through your Google account, Mr. Triplett.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry about that, Madam President. I just saw two things in there that I observed on there. It's spring break earlier than a week earlier than normal, and I see that election day there is no school, and I think that's a awesome idea. So in that way we can have the school buildings, free of students while the process of voting is going on.
Yeah, one thing about working with the Common Calendar with Marion Risa is that districts in the county would like an opportunity to have some aligned dates, and that supports our some of our CTE programming. There's a lot of absences across the county with regards to CTE. So yeah, it will be a week earlier this week. And that's good because, as you can see, giving a heads up in 2022, we would not have to change a board meeting. That's why we changed it for the month of April, because the meeting was during the week of spring break. So yep, this is 1 week prior compared to this academic year.
Thank you. And then the calendar is actually a Google sheet or a Google form.
Sheets, sheets.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments from the board regarding the district calendar? And as you take a look at the calendar, if you have questions that you would like clarified after this meeting, feel free to send those to Dr. Townsend so we can get those questions answered. Dr. Townsend, if you get more than one question, you can send those out to the full board so we can ensure we're all informed on that information.
I'll add it to the weekly update.
Okay, awesome. Go ahead, Trustee Bowens.
President Robinson, I just wanted to confirm or ask, did we have to fill out a waiver? Because it looks like, unless my screen is funny, we're starting school before Labor Day next year, the next school year?
Yes, school starts on August 30th. No, you said something about a waiver. I can inquire and get back to you on that.
I just know back in the day, it was a holiday. It was a big thing. School was starting back after Labor Day. And now I know that if school districts wanted a waiver, they could apply to start before Labor Day. And that's what I was just, and I don't know if the law has changed since then.
No, we started before Labor Day as well this year too.
Okay, so it may have changed. Thank you.
I was going to say real quick to add on to Trustee Bowen's question. Yes, that discussion did come up, I think, last year or the year before last, where they wanted to, it was something that was signed through, I think, Barry and Risa, and it was discussed at those previous board meetings about if we wanted to join that too, so we could, like Dr. Townsend alluded to earlier, have that uniform calendar and do that waiver. So it was something that was, I don't know if it was last year or the year before last, but it was discussed before.
Thank you, Vice President Bradley and Trustee Bowens.
May I ask this question? When you say school started before Labor Day, are you talking students or teachers? As teachers, we always started before in August. The administrators and teachers always came back, and the students were the ones that came back after Labor Day, because Michigan was a tourist state. And so they would work, they wanted to keep that going. So are the students now coming back before Labor Day?
Yes, ma'am. The first day of school is August 30th.
Okay.
Thank you to each of the questions and for your responses, Dr. Townsend. If there's no other questions from the board, I'll allow you to proceed to the Graduation Alliance Graduation Alliance contract staff report S2.
Yes, thank you so much. Now I pre-messaged this 2 board meetings ago and talked about it at every meeting since, just to give the board an update of what we'd like to do for our young people. Now, let's remember there's a competing high school coming to the district, and their niche is to focus on those dropout students. As a former high school principal and assistant superintendent, it is important that we claim all of our young people through Benton Harbor area schools. And this Graduation Alliance is an opportunity to support our young people that dropped out of the district. It's a dropout recovery program. And I'll go to a couple of things that I highlight. Eligible students for Graduation Alliance are young people who've been expelled from schools under mandatory expulsion provisions under Section 1311 of the School Code, MCL 380.1311 and 380.1311A, or has been suspended or expelled from school under local policy, or referred to by court, or pregnant, or is a parent, or was a previous dropout and is determined by the school district at being at risk of dropping out. I think we all know what our data says. This is an opportunity to re-engage our young people who did not finish through the traditional or alternative setting. Another important part of this dropout recovery, I want to go down specifically to academic coaching and tutoring. It's important to know that the Graduation Alliance provide each student enrolled in any program with an assigned academic coach. And that academic coach is responsible for the initial introduction to the program for the student and regular contact with the student via phone, email, text message, instant messaging, or review of progress and resolve issues and provide support in case the student's having difficulties with this program. Academic coaches are available during normal business hours, Monday through Friday, and excluding holidays. It's also important for me to identify that Graduation Alliance is responsible for provisions of case management services to all enrolled students. So there's a case management staff known as a student advocate that will be assigned to the program to provide accessible, consistent support to students as well as career guidance information, employee assistance, or referrals. Board members, board of trustees, this is a win for Benton Harbor area schools. It's a game changer. It's an opportunity to capture all of our students from pre-K to 12th grade to our young people who may have dropped out or at risk of dropping out, and the alternative setting may not work for them. I really want us to own all of our students and give them the best education possible so that they can be productive in our global society. So this entire opportunity, again, I've been talking about this, I believe, since late January, early February, and pre-messaging it. It's a win for our kids. It's a win for our families. It's a dropout recovery program. It's good for kids. So more than happy to field any comments or concerns or questions.
Thank you, Dr. Townsend. Are there any questions or comments from the board regarding staff report S1? I'm sorry, S2.
Question. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Triplett.
Go
Dr.
ahead,
Townsend.
Secretary Triplett.
Yes, sir.
When I look here at the Graduation Alliance, I think this is a great initiative. I had an opportunity, and I'll go more into detail at a later date because I still have to do some more research. And I was looking at our dropout rate. And so I was wondering, I remember at one particular juncture, we were struggling to, first of all, ensure that our dropout data was accurate and that it was being done with fidelity. And so as I think about the class of 2021, when they look at the dropout rate and how we come up with that number, when we take that freshman cohort, we take the class of 2021 and we look who all came in as freshmen. And then we identify where those students are located at this current time. And I was wondering if that kind of work had been done, and if so, who was doing that work? Because we found out that some of the data that we were presenting with as it related to our dropout rate, we went to them as freshmen, and we came in, we evaluated the data. We found out that many of those students did not drop out. Many of those students had left the district. Within our record keeping, we had missed it somewhere along the line. They were in Indianapolis or in other places, and they had actually graduated. So I think that this right here is some great work, but I really would like to know real soon, if at all possible, who's doing that work, taking that cohort from freshman year. Many students were considered dropped out because we lost them along the way because we didn't know where they were. If a student went over to, left the district after 9th grade and went to Berrien Springs and actually graduated, that is not a dropout. And so I hope, I think that this alliance is is something that we should, really, really look at. And I too think that there's some work, that this will keep us competitive. But I also want to make sure that the data that's being presented to us is accurate so that we will know how to do the work and identify those students and how far will we go back, pulling that data and identifying those students, and when are we going to start reaching out to those students, because we need to get to moving on this like ASAP.
Copy. No, I agree with you, Secretary Tripp, but we're all over it. I do want to share that the Bridge Academy, this is specifically what they're saying they're looking to do when they open their high school up here. So there definitely is a need, but I do agree with you with data quality. So we'll talk about that more moving forward and ensure what our numbers are and how we're calculating that as a district.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Townsend, does your program reach out to those students who may be in the penal system?
In the court system?
Yes, in the court system.
Yes, ma'am. Well, that student advocate support has an opportunity. And as a matter of fact, I had an opportunity to meet with the head of our juvenile detention program here. So it'd be nice to kind of link and see how we can support one another and reclaim our students and get them back in the academic process. So yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
What are there any districts around us or in the state that's using something like this? I think it's a good, program from what I've been reading and hearing. I just wonder what this actually looks like, within the district, how this would,
Yes.
how it works.
Absolutely. So one thing I know for sure is that when I was the assistant superintendent of educational support services in Wayne Westland Community School District, our alternative program implemented the Graduation Alliance to capture our young people that dropped out. Very similar demographics in our Tinkham Education Center, which was the name of that school. And we advocated and got this passed, and we're able to recover our young people and get them graduated. I can reach out, we can reach out to Graduation Alliance to see what other districts are using it. But I definitely used it as the assistant superintendent. It was a win for us. A lot of the data that I presented to the Board of Education when I applied for this job opportunity was also with the support of our great alternative program leadership and programs like Graduation Alliance to get us those numbers that we need with regards to increasing academic achievement and supporting climate and culture. But I'd be more than happy to research other districts who are benefiting from the Graduation Alliance.
Yeah, thanks. Cause I guess thank you for that. I guess I was thinking like, how the strategic planning groups kind of gave a presentation to us. I guess I'm kind of wondering about that. Like, are there different programs that's doing it? Is this just kind of one unique thing? I'm just not, I don't really know anything about it.
Bridge Academy Nexus, they're doing it right now. They were
okay.
Berrien Springs, and now they're coming to Benton Harbor to open up a school to do this exact work.
Okay, that's what I was kind of wondering, because I know we have, and again, I'm just trying to kind of learn, I haven't been in the district on that level from the inside in about 5 years. And so I'm just kind of wondering, because I saw on the staffing list that we do have graduation advocates and also youth advocates, I think, and student advocates. So I just kind of wonder, we're doing the concentric and they're providing services. And I know there were hurdles because of them being a third party company. And so I guess I was kind of just trying to, kind of day to day, like, what does this look like? Is this like a program? Is it like I'm still kind of not clear.
It's a full schooling situation and opportunity where there are online classes. If you read over the program administration, it talks about, let me go down to instruction. Graduation Alliance is responsible for the provision and oversight of all instruction of the scope of work, academic skill instruction, college readiness, work readiness, math, writing, reading, remediation, subject-specific high school credit recovery. The whole gamut is there for our young people. And again, we have a need, definitely. And this will really, really capture all students or eligible students in the Benton Harbor area school. When you think of the concentric, that's to support as a multi-tiered system support for our traditional setting and our alternative setting. But we have some young people that need that intense support and ultimately drop out from the alternative setting. And this right here sweeps all of our young people up, give them an opportunity to graduate and go off and be productive in our global society.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam President, I do have a question. If
Go ahead, Trustee Bowens.
My first question is, this is a great program. I see Ann Arbor School District, Farmington Hills, and other school districts have it. My concern is we get all of these programs that come into the community, and our local citizens that are qualified are not getting the opportunity. So with this program, will they be hiring local individuals to run it? And also, will this be a partnership with the Cape administration? I just hope we understand we're bringing these programs and they're bringing their staff. How are we providing a win-win?
I see what you're saying. That's one thing I'll advocate for, to ensure that the student advocates or the coaches that our young people receive can be from our community. I'd love to dive deeper in that. I mean, I don't believe people are moving across the country to be a student advocate. I do believe there will be recruiting from our community, but I would like to have a full answer for you on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And for our community members that are out there, listen, if you have skills to work in Benton Harbor area schools, hit us up. We want you. I need our local community working in our district and giving back to the community. Our young people need to see people in leadership that look just like them. So please, please, please go to our website and apply for any opportunities you feel is the best fit for you. And if it's a great fit for us, we're gonna get you involved in our process so we can get better together.
Thank you for your question, Trustee Bowens, and all of the questions that have been asked, and Dr. Townsend for answering those questions. I do have one for you. I don't believe we've asked this before either of the times that you've spoken about the topic. The funding for this contract, is that something that would be coming from a grant, or would that be coming from one of our particular fund sources?
Yeah, so if you look at how it works, and this is the good part why it's a win-win, they charge $500 per student, but you know every student enrolled in our district is about $8,000, so we don't lose any money at all. It pays for itself. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for
they're reimbursed.
Yeah. You're saying that they get $500 out of the allotted money that we get per student?
Yes, that's how they will be paid. So generally, so for example, if we had 39 students in the program, it's $500 per month for the student. But as we know, our FTE per student is about $8,000 per student. So we get the money for the student. We don't lose any money. It pays for the student because those students weren't in our district in the first place.
So you say $500 per month?
Yes, sir.
So they get $4,500 per student.
Meaning we still will walk away with $3,500 for our district.
For students that are reclaimed.
Yes, sir. And that's good. It helps us increase our enrollment. I mean, I live in the community. I run into a lot of our young people all the time. And I want our kids to win just like you all do. And I think this would be a great benefit for us.
And if you think about it, the money is going directly to that student to help the students. It's not like it's being carried out of the district. It's actually being put to use on the student. That's why I like it, because the student is getting something from his dollars.
And thank you for providing that. When we were looking through the contract and I saw the cost per student, my eyes crossed a bit. So that's why I was asking, where is the funding coming from? So thank you for providing that clarification.
No problem.
Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding the Graduation Alliance contract?
So if we need more clarification, we can speak with the superintendent throughout this week.
Please do, and I'll be more than happy to get those answers to you so we can we can be clear. And hopefully, if this is something the board thinks our young people can benefit from, I'd love to have it.
Thank you, everyone.
Right. If it's a dropout student, if we didn't have him, we wouldn't be getting anything.
Yeah.
So this way we will be giving services to our kids and still provide service money to our district for other things too.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Townsend, for your presentation of reports tonight. We're going to move forward to Mr. Johnson with business and finance, and we're going to start with staff report F1, which is the monthly financial report.
Thank you. The reason for board consideration, a set of financial reports is provided to the Board of Education each month. Facts and analysis. This evening, it's recommended that payments for all, actually it'll be next week, it'll be recommended that payments for all the district's funds be approved for February 2021. Policy reference is 6470, payment of claims, and you can see the amounts that will be recommended for board approval next Tuesday evening.
Okay, any questions regarding staff report F1? Okay, hearing none, Mr. Johnson, you can move forward to staff report F2, North Shore School Purchase Agreement Termination.
Thank you. Reason for board consideration, a former potential buyer of the North Shore School real property has signed the North Shore School Purchase Agreement Termination document. Facts and analysis, nearly 2 years ago, purchase agreement was approved for the sale of the North Shore School. Subsequently, the would-be buyer transferred the purchase agreement to another party, and the property sale was repeatedly and extensively delayed. In the nearly 2 years since this process began, property values have increased and district staff have identified other potential uses for this property. Policy reference is 7300, disposition of real property. And 1 week from tonight, a resolution will be recommended that will be provided by the attorney regarding this termination recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions for Mr. Johnson regarding staff report F2?
Yes, Madam President. I just want to know, do we have a number of what that property is appraised at or what it's worth?
Yes, we have that, and we'll be happy to provide it through the superintendent this week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bowens. Any other questions for Mr. Johnson? All right, hearing none, we're going to proceed to pupil transportation contract addendum, staff report F3.
Thank you. Reason for board consideration, the pandemic created an unusual dynamic for pupil transportation service in the district this past year. Facts and analysis, when the statewide public school closures went into effect in March of 2020, school bus service in the district came to a sudden stop. This service did not resume until September, and then on a limited basis and for fewer students and fewer routes and for fewer days. Soon after the pandemic started and the school closure began in March of 2020, First Student played a key role in helping us deliver thousands of meals, free meals to families in this community. After the delivery service transitioned to other providers, First Student's revenue for their service to the district declined dramatically for the next 4.5 months. Also, we had no summer school transportation last year. During the 2020-21 school year, First Student's revenue from service to the district has also been lower due to hybrid learning options and due to a 4-day per week school schedule. The contract addendum that will be recommended next week is being presented with the goal of ensuring that First Student will continue to partner with the district for pupil transportation services in the months ahead. Policy reference is 6470, and the recommendation next week will be that the board vote to approve the First Student addendum to the transportation contract.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Are there any questions for Mr. Johnson regarding staff report F3?
So Mr. Johnson, yes, this is Secretary Triplett. When you say approve the addendum, so the addendum, can you be more in layman term? When you say the addendum, what are we approving? Just in short.
An addendum is something that will be attached. So we already have a contract with First Student, and this page-and-a-half edition will be added to the back of that contract if this is approved by the board.
So is it going to be, are we going to be paying more, or are we paying less, or did it cut back? I noticed that you said they weren't able to provide services for certain spans of time during COVID and what have you. So have this cut our budget, our cost, or how does that work?
The district has spent significantly less for pupil transportation this school year than last year, and also significantly less than budgeted. The recommendation for this addendum is for the district to pay first student a total of $65,000 beyond the contract amount, but it will still be substantially less than budgeted and substantially less than last fiscal year.
And so what was the purpose for the request of us to pay $65,000 if we didn't actually use that service and what have you? So what is the $65,000? Why is it requested? Why are we paying that?
To ensure that we have a pupil transportation service provider this coming fall.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's possible, Board of Trustees, that if we may lose our bus drivers for them not being able to fit their payroll, meaning we may not have a bus company to transport our students in the fall, which will be a major tragedy. This gives them an opportunity to keep their bus drivers paid, and we can ensure that we will have transportation for our students in the fall.
Okay, so I'm one more question. I think when you look at this, I know that this, first student is not just in Ben Harbor, it's all over the country and what have you. And so I'm just looking at the $65,000 to ensure that they have the budget. But I'm also wondering if with this happening with transportation across the country, with the PPP loans and what have you, where they compensated because they lost this. Lost the services with district, because they didn't just lose the services with us. They lost it with other school districts. But I do understand. I just wanted to get some clarification.
Copy.
Thank you.
And I do want to note also other districts across the state that use first student has paid them. We're paying a whole lot less. They were asking for, a whole lot more, like 100,000 more. And great job with our CFO and our attorneys to get it down to this cost. And it's something we're still well under budget, and we're doing a great job with our finances there, but it's definitely a need. We may not have buses in the fall if we cannot pay them.
President Robinson? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Treasurer Buchanan. I'm sorry, Treasurer.
It's okay. I'm sorry, Dr. Townsend, and also Mr. Johnson. We actually did talk about this extensively in our finance committee, and Trustee Triplett, we were having some of the same thoughts that you're having. And so pretty much, we can use a part of our CARES money to kind of provide some relief to them as they are. We still, although we haven't been using them because our students are virtual, we don't want to drop our commitment to them. They still have bills to pay, and so that's kind of where we were where you are. And so that's kind of what we talked about. And Mr. Johnson also negotiated, I think, with a team of others and with the attorneys to come to that resolve of that bottom number, just to, that's the minimal, we were kind of like, they were negotiating the minimum that we could pay. And we do have, money within our CARES COVID relief money to actually be able to, take some of that pressure off of them, because they still do work for us.
Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. I really appreciate
Madam,
that.
I do have a question or concern.
1 second, Trustee Bowens.
No, I was just saying thank you very, very much, and I'm so glad that I just wasn't thinking like that alone. That the committee had that type of conversation and question as well. And I want to thank Mr. Johnson for the work that he has done and is doing on behalf of the district. And I do appreciate this work session to be able to have that type of clarification so I can vote with some knowledge. Thank you so very much.
You tickle me so much, Secretary Triplett. I think Dr. Townsend had a comment to add, and then we'll go to Trustee Bowens.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that this has been a conversation with this first student for probably about 8-9 months, and it's been almost a year. We've just been not paying and really standing our ground, saying no. But I'm happy we were able to come to an agreement. A lot of hard work, a hard negotiation. We had a lot of Zoom meetings, but we come out on top. We fighting for the community, so it's been a good opportunity to go through that process.
I just also want to thank Treasurer Creighton for stepping in and providing that clarification to Secretary Triplett, because we did have a lot of questions regarding this particular item, and they were along the same questions that you had. So thank you so much, Treasurer Creighton, for putting that input on the committee meeting. We did discuss this extensively. Were there
President Robinson.
Yes, Trustee Buchanan, go ahead.
I would like to tell Mr. Johnson, hooray! You know what that means. Hooray! To Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
President Robinson, I do have a concern or a question. I do know First Student transports kids to countryside. So I know we probably know, and it's just putting this out there. I understand we're paying them more. I wonder if other districts locally, like Countryside, are paying them more.
I believe Vice President Bradley asked a similar question regarding other districts. Mr. Johnson, do you have feedback on that? Because I can't remember the exact response that you provided to that.
Sorry, we don't provide that data, and a private school may not be willing to share that data. But I will state that we do receive approximately, maybe exactly $20,000 in additional rent from First Student related to First Student's relationship with a private school.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any other questions from the board on this topic? If not, we'll move forward. All right, next we have staff report F4, spring budget amendments. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Reason for board consideration: budget revisions for the food service fund, and likely in the next few days, 2 sinking funds have been prepared to update revenue and expenditure projections for the current fiscal year. Facts and analysis: as the district begins its final quarter of the fiscal year, the revenue and expenditure projections have been updated for the food service fund, and nearly so for the 2 sinking funds. The attached budget document reflects updated estimates for the food service fund. And within the next 1 to 2 days, will also be attached to the board agenda proposed amendments to the 2 sinking funds.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions from the board regarding staff report F4, the budget amendments? I just want to let you all know that the Finance Committee is trying very hard and committed diligently to reading these reports and understanding them. And we asked 1,001 questions. So I just want to publicly thank Mr. Johnson for his patience with us and showing us all of the reports that he already shares with us, but all of the additional reports. We're looking at additional reports that potentially could be reviewed monthly or quarterly. So just want to say we are diving into ensuring that we know more about where our money is going, how it's coming in and where it's going. So thank you, Mr. Johnson. So anyone else have any questions or comments for Mr. Johnson regarding staff report F4?
And I just
Go ahead, Vice President Bradley.
I just wanted to piggyback off you, President Robinson, and just say that we do appreciate it, Mr. Johnson, because it just, I know we, like you said, asked 1,000,001 questions, but it just shows that you're very transparent and willing to make sure that we know where the money is going. So when someone in the community stops us somewhere and say, hey, this money is going here, I'm like, well, our finance team is doing this, that, and the other. I got a report. Here you go, right here, and we can break it down. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Vice President Bradley. Any other questions or comments for the board regarding staff report F4? Okay, so next on the agenda is staff report F5. And Mr. Johnston, I just have a question. When we originally sent this out, was the action requested today originally noted?
Yes, I believe it was.
Okay.
And
go forward.
Would you like me to proceed with that?
Yes, sir.
Subject is lawn service bid award. Reason for board consideration. This spring, the district requested bids for lawn service for this calendar year with possible contract extensions. Facts analysis. This spring, the district requested bids for lawn services at all the school district sites. District staff posted the request for bids on a state website and published it in the Herald Palladium. And we sent letters to over 30 lawn service providers in the area to invite them to bid. We received 3 bids. The bids were open in public in accordance with board policy. One of the bids, though, did not provide the required bid security. The other 2 bidders offered pricing that was very close to the other proposal. It's recommended this evening that the board award the bid this evening to both of these bidders. The motion below will award the mowing for all of the occupied sites to Scott's Lawn Service, no relation. This vendor stepped in mid-season last year and provided satisfactory service. And the motion below will also award the mowing for the unoccupied sites to another vendor, Joe's Construction LLC. This company's pricing was slightly lower than Scott's Lawn Service, but this company is new to Benton Harbor Area Schools for lawn service. Awarding the bid for lawn service to 2 vendors will achieve the price savings from the lowest of the 2 bids at some of the mowing sites and will give a new vendor an opportunity to prove itself for possible additional lawn service in future years. Policy reference is 6320, and the recommended motion is that the Board of Education vote to award the lawn service bid as listed below.
Okay, so I have a question of clarification for you, Mr. Johnson, because I apologize. I didn't notice that we were requesting action on this for 413, and I was expecting that we would only be taking vote at our actual official regular board meeting. Is it going to do us any disservice if we wait and vote on the 20th on this item?
It will delay the first lawn mowing and any cleanup that is associated with lawn mowing preparation.
Okay, any additional questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Johnson, when you say these lawn contracts, what does that entail? I went to the high school this week to take my COVID shot, and they were using a high school parking lot, and that parking lot was so nasty. It was garbage everywhere. I took pictures. I was embarrassed. I was literally embarrassed to see what I saw as people came into our school. And I've been riding around, and I've just been wondering, what do they just come in and cut? Do they trim? Do they rake leaves? Is it against the law for anybody to touch the leaves along the fences? And what do you have? I mean, what is it? What all is it that they do when we give these contracts? Because these contracts, for me, the aesthetics of our school district, even on open buildings and closed buildings, should be immaculate. And I think that we have paid, I'm not quite sure how much have been paid in years past, but does that include them raking and cleaning and picking up garbage, or do the custodians do that? I'm not sure, because I mean, it was disgraceful from what I saw in that parking lot, and people from all over this county was pulling in, and it was just garbage all along the fence, all the way around to Colfax, tore up boxes, old boxes. It was horrible.
I think there was a question in there. Would you like me to respond to that?
Yes. Do they just cut the grass and that's it, or do they clean? Do they do everything as it relates to lawn care and the grounds?
It's something in between. And if you'd like, I'd be happy to provide a copy of the maybe 30 to 45-ish page request for proposals. It's pretty detailed.
Mm-hmm.
It does include a request for pricing for spring cleanup. That spring cleanup has not been done because the contract hasn't been awarded yet. It also includes edging twice a year. Regarding litter cleanup, I believe there is some in there, but again, the spring cleanup has not been done yet. So that's the reason for the grounds appearance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Johnson regarding the lawn mowing bid award? Secretary Triplett, given your noted concern regarding the grounds, it sounds like you would be in approval of us trying to get get these services started immediately.
Yesterday.
You know what? I concur, and not only the schools, but just the city itself.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah, it looks bad. I mean, our school.
It really looks bad.
It looked horrible. I mean, I was embarrassed, to say the least. And I had an opportunity the last time that I went up to the high school to go up to central administration, and Mr. Robinson and Trooper Burden, it was garbage everywhere in the courtyard. And I mean, it was terrible. And Trooper Burden and Mr. Robinson took it upon themselves to go out in that courtyard and pick that courtyard up. And so I'm saying, if we're going to have these contracts and what have you, we need to also inspect what we expect, you know. And yeah, I just see I've seen garbage. I've seen spots there that was there for a year, you know. So okay, I'm clear now. Thank you.
I was just going to agree with Trustee Rocket Martin and Secretary Triplett, because you know there are a lot of leaves in that courtyard area, and I know because it's like a wind tunnel effect that gets in there, and just passing by some of the properties and stuff. So with these contracts, hopefully we can make sure we hold them accountable and their feet to the fire, because we don't want to be wasting our money, you know, when we approve these contracts.
Okay, so given the conversation and the express urgency that we get these services approved and moving forward, I am okay with us taking that vote today and not delaying it a week. And so this is regarding staff report F5. So we're officially going to take the vote today. Is there a motion to accept staff report F5?
I make a motion to accept staff report F5.
Okay, is there a second or support? Is there a motion to support or second or support? Okay, thank you. So the motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Secretary Triplett, we're going to call the vote for acceptance of and approval of staff report F5. You're muted, Secretary Triplett.
I'm sorry, President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett. Yes. Treasurer Creighton.
Yes.
Trustee Bowens.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket.
Yes.
We got you, Ms. Buchanan. We got you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Johnson, for requesting that we take action on that today so we can get that resolved immediately. And so just to our board, that will not be an item to vote on next week because we've resolved that this week. So we are going to move on. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your reports and your information and clarifications provided this evening. We're going to move it right along to Human Resources. Mrs. Gale, staff report H1.
Reason for board consideration: a list of employees whose employment relationship with the district is or will be separated is submitted to the board each month. Facts and analysis. It is recommended that the Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the following staff. Policy reference 4140, resignation and termination staff. They are listed according to the effective date of separation. Ray Kimball, a teacher. Jinx Arnold, a teacher. Edwina Morgan, paraprofessional. Susan West, administrative assistant, and Ryan Goebel, principal. Recommended action that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education vote to accept the separation of employment of the aforementioned staff.
Okay, so before we take additional comments, I just want to note that it's sad to me that Sue is retiring, but I wish you well in your future endeavors, Sue, and I want to thank you for stepping in this week and helping us. So I just wanted to sneak that opportunity in there. Are there any questions or comments from the board regarding staff report H1?
Hello?
Yes, Miss Buchanan, did you have a comment?
Comment is tell Sue I'm gonna miss her. She is sweet to me. I'm gonna miss that girl. Bye.
Thank you, Trustee Buchanan. Sue, are you there on the line? If you feel comfortable, you can unmute. We do appreciate you. I know she's multitasking, so she may not be able to. Oh, she does not have a mic. So just want to say we appreciate you, Sue. I'm not sure if you'll be present in any of our future meetings because Liz is expected to be here, but if we as a board don't get an opportunity to share this with you, we would just want to let you know that we appreciate you greatly for everything that you've done. When I came in, you were assisting us as our recording secretary, and so you were always willing to step in when needed. So we wish you well on your retirement. And also to Mr. Kimball and the others that are separating ways with Benton Harbor Area Schools, not to be biased or anything, but just want to shout out Sue because she's here helping us as well. So there were no additional comments or questions that were made. So Ms. Gale, thank you so much for your report presented today. We are going to move forward to teaching and learning. Dr.
President Robinson?
Yes, go ahead.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
And this is something that just popped in my head as you were kind of thanking them and congratulating them on their year of service. I just wonder, I know Dr. Townsend shared earlier that when he started, he wasn't given anything and so on and so forth. So I just wonder, as a district, do we do exit interviews of any sort? Or, you know, is there like a transition? I see that we have administrators resigning. We have, you know, teachers and administrative assistants that's been within the district in different capacities for years. And so I just kind of wonder what the transition would be like. So it's not really specific to a person. I guess it's, you know, for stability. Do we have exit interviews? Do we do transitions, you know, of power of any sort to make sure that, you know, when individuals leave our district, they don't leave with everything that the next person may need?
Absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry. President Robinson, may I
No,
answer?
you're fine. I was just going to thank her for her question. That's a good question. Go ahead, Ms. Gill.
Absolutely. We do have the full formal exit procedure where employees are given a letter of acceptance and with instructions, with their benefits outlined, with the various dates that are relevant to them, as well as the full exit interview procedure, which they can choose to do in person or they can fill out a form. And then we do have a procedure when they get to return all the equipment that has been given to them that needs to be signed back in. And then we exchange that for their last paycheck. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Gale. And thank you to the board thank you, Treasurer Creighton, for your question. We are going to move on to Dr. Shelton, Teaching and Learning.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to have Dr. Crystal Sismar present to you our library and literacy project. It's a project that she's been working on for a while since we hired her. I'm sorry, I thought somebody said something.
Trustee Buchanan is unmuted. Ms. Buchanan, can you mute for us? I think that's your line that we're getting feedback from. All right, awesome. Go ahead, Dr. Shelton.
It also is a project that connects to the large literacy grant that we just received. So I won't belabor this and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Crystal Sismar.
Thank you. I was wondering, could I share my screen directly, please? Thank you. Okay, so hello, my name is Crystal Sismar and I'm the librarian at Benton Harbor High School, and I'm here to talk to you today about the Library and Literacy Project. So the big picture with the Library and Literacy Project is to bring back, rebuild, and strategically use school library programs and school library media specialists to support literacy across the district. And there are some big goals we want to accomplish with this project. Number one is just to open our school libraries and bring back services at every school site. Build our library collections. We do not own digital books in our collection. So that's what we'd like to, start with focusing on, is building up our digital collections. Have our school librarians collaborate with teachers to use those digital collections as a literary resource. Increase student circulation, and just overall have the community, all stakeholders, really see library programs as literacy partners. So school libraries do align to Michigan initiatives. It's actually School Library Month here in Michigan. Governor Whitmer did a little proclamation. So this is just one example where it speaks to well-stocked libraries and school librarians making an impact for literacy. So it brings me to Destiny, which is our online library catalog system. And this school year, we've worked really hard to get it reestablished. In the past, this was a system the district used, but we haven't had libraries in a little while, functioning libraries. So the first step was bringing back our online system, which we've done. So we're working on all BHAS students and staff being able to log in single sign-on and using our Destiny library system. So Destiny is the name of the library system, and we call it Destiny Discover when we talk about the digital interface of the system. And I just like to, show you live really quick what that looks like. So again, I said that we've been working really hard to get this up and running, and it's been, tech services and Mr. Corson and everybody working hard to get this going. But each school site does have now a current subscription to the library catalog, and this is how students and teachers would access the books in their library, print and digital. So just as an example, the interface you see now would be like the librarian view, but what the kids see when they log in is something called Destiny Discover. And this is a more user-friendly digital interface for the students. I apologize. Okay, well, the Destiny Discover digital interface is not working this second, but I'll go back to the slide and you can see it right here in the small picture. It has learning links to the Michigan e-library so that students can directly access digital databases, but any electronic books we have actually show up in the digital interface for a student. It's a little picture of a book, and the kid would click on the book and they can access the book and read the book directly within Destiny. Also, all the print books also show a cover of the book, and a student could click on the book and find out all the information of the book and then go find that book on the shelf in the library. So I want to show you really quick an example of the type of digital ebook we want to buy for our district to start off the digital collections. And so you may be familiar with a typical ebook from the public library. You can use Libby or Overdrive to use the ebooks. We use Destiny, and a Lightbox ebook is just a little more interactive. I'm going to show you one example. So inside of Destiny, if a student wanted to learn about gravity and selected a gravity ebook, it would look something like this. They would open the ebook and they would be given a dashboard, and the ebook would correspond exactly to the print copy of the same book that would be also sitting on the library shelf. So where you see the child in the middle would be the spine, and there'd be page 4 and page 5. And so what these kind of extra digital ebooks do is they give a whole bunch more stuff in one spot, where a student or a teacher doesn't have to get off the book and go to the web and look for more stuff. So it could play a video, it can read online to you. On certain pages, there are slideshows, and so students can learn a little bit more. There are different activities that also come with the book, and something kind of cool too, on certain parts of the book, if it interacts with the place, it links you to a Google map to where the students don't have to get outside the book to learn or see something about the book. And for our teachers, these ebooks also come with curriculum standards or correlations. So they do have the next generation science standards and Common Core standards associated with the different books. So I just wanted to show you kind of a visual example of what the type of book could look like that we would like to have in our digital collections. And again, within each ebook, there are a lot of different tools you can use. So we have Destiny. We've got the accounts, and we have the framework for Destiny. We need to get content, so that's one of our goals for this grant. And then we want to roll out a training program to first start with teaching our teachers how to access Destiny, because we have different opportunities throughout the school year and PD days. With the librarians, they would be teaching the students like every day at school when they're working during the school year. And so what's really cool about a book like I just showed you, Gravity or any Destiny book, it integrates with Canvas, our LMS. So a teacher can take a piece of a library book, the whole book, use it in class, add it to an assignment, or just add the link for a supplemental resource. And all a student has to do inside of Destiny is click it, and they're inside that book. And we have big ideas to use these collections to promote family literacy and summer reading. So one of the big goals for elementary and middle school is to promote like virtual summer library reading programs. So with this digital collection, we can leverage it to create digital library programs to help prevent summer reading loss. And within Destiny, it also allows you to curate and make basically virtual bookshelves. And the idea would be to have teachers and librarians collaborate to highlight certain books very strategically and create associated resources to where, over the summer, maybe, every week or whatever, a certain book is highlighted, and we can record, story of people reading the book, but the kid also has the book. And mind you, these are all unlimited simultaneous user ebooks. So the whole district could be on the same book at the same time. It's not just one copy of one book that's in or out. The type of ebooks we're trying to see this would be unlimited simultaneous user, like the example I showed you. Here's an example of the timeline that we have for our elementary and middle school virtual summer library programs. And for the high school, just one of the big goals is really to utilize school librarians to start really teaching information literacy in the research process, really collaborating and working in conjunction with our English language arts teachers to help on those writing standards. So there are writing standards, about, authoritative print and digital sources, using advanced searches effectively, and being able to synthesize all that information to turn something in for your teacher, a project, and to cite your sources correctly. And so that's where, one of the goals would be the librarians to really work on those English language arts standards to help the teachers in the classroom. And of course, promoting reading K-12 across the district just for pleasure, just because. So a big picture 5-year plan would start with ideally being able to hire some additional librarians, maybe one lower grade and one upper grades to start, so we could split, our schools, and then just, taking a look at the technology we have and supporting that. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Sheldon. Do we have any questions for our presenter this evening?
President Robinson, I did have an opportunity to see this presentation, and it was very, very, very impressive. And I did ask the superintendent to see if to afford the board an opportunity and the community to see this piece. I didn't get a chance to stay in the meeting. I got tired of scuffling with technology, so I just exited the meeting. But I did have some questions. I know that she was one of our biology teachers at the high school, and I didn't get a chance to find out whether or not she was actually doing this work right now and or was she still teaching biology and what have you, and if not, how we're moving in this direction, because I think our library, that literacy piece, and with our literacy grant, this is something that is very, very, very necessary and important, in particular when you're talking about at the high school level as well, when we're talking about research as we begin to develop our curriculum and put our standards and stuff in place. I think that this right here is a great presentation. I think that this is some great work. I like the fact with the 5-year plan, this kind of work will be, will just mesh in with our strategic plan. And so it was very, 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 very impressive. So I didn't know whether or not she was doing this right now as she transitioned to this position already, or so that would be one of my questions at this particular juncture.
Yes, sir. I am a librarian full-time this school year.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Madam President, I just wanted to say I am excited to see the library back in action. That was also one of my classes way back when I was in school, to work in the library, and I'm excited to see that. I'm a big reader, so I have a lot of books around here that I'm trying to get through. So when I get done reading, I'm taking them to the library for the students to read.
Thank you, Vice President Bradley. I just want to say that I enjoyed the presentation as well. And I know that our curriculum committee gets to have presentations during their committee meetings. And so I'm not sure, I know that our meetings are long, but anytime that we can have actual presentations from our staff to share with us all of the goodies that the curriculum committee gets in their meetings, I would appreciate, because I do like seeing what we're doing and hearing from our staff and giving them an opportunity to shine as well. So I wanted to say great job on this project. Anyone else have any input or comments?
Yes, Madam President.
Go ahead, Trustee Bowens.
Is the library accepting book donations from the public, or they would rather for us to donate ebooks? Or
Crystal, you can respond.
Oh, okay. Yes. We will always look at accept donations. So yeah, they can contact the school and we can talk if they have donations. And of course, we would welcome donations of electronic books.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Awesome job. Dr. Sheldon, you can take the floor and proceed with your staff report T1.
Okay. You can take a quick look at the presentation. It's the same every month. Next week, we'll go over this. That'll be for our official. Okay. It'll be for our official reconfirmation. I will share with you the testing dates that we are actually in right now. So I did put in this presentation, MSTEP. NWEA is on the testing that we are using for our extended learning COVID plan, but we are doing InStep this year. I did want to inform the board that the Michigan Department of Education did not get the waiver from the federal government, and so testing will move forward. However, the 95% rule is going to be an exception, and what that means is that in the past, you had to also test 95% of your student population to meet the criteria for testing. That is no longer the case. And the last communication that we received from the governor was to not encourage students who are virtual to go out of their way to come in. So because they took off that testing requirement, we will have to see in the end how many kids actually test in our district and across the state, and what that data looks like. We will be reconfirming or confirming a change at high school on the 22nd of March. We did go to face-to-face options. So that'll be a confirmation. And then we will also look at the weekly interaction rates as well. That board staff report. will be the board annually approves the high school course. I'm sorry, wrong one.
I'm sorry, are we supposed to be looking at something right now? Because we just see the Zoom screen. I'm not sure if Sue was aware.
Yeah, I don't, everything's linked, so anybody can review it. I didn't go slide by slide. I just kind of gave you a synopsis, but yeah, I'm not sure why that is there. So we'll give her a moment. Thank you. It was the PowerPoint that I just did a very brief overview. You can click through it very quickly. Thank you. And that's it. And I will go over it in more detail next week. And
okay, so I'm going to pause you really quickly, because are you getting ready to move on to the high school course catalog?
no, well, sure, I can, because I don't.
I wanted to pause for a second and give, I wasn't sure if you were still on the extended learning plan. I wanted to make sure to give the board an opportunity to ask questions or give comments.
Sure. I don't need to read the staff report this week.
Okay.
I mean, the staff report is there, and so I will read it next week. So
okay. Any questions from the board regarding the extended learning plan before we move to the next topic?
Yeah, so our students are going to be required this year to take the M-STEP. Is that correct?
Secretary Triplett, I'm not sure if I could answer that as a yes, they are required. What I can tell you is that Michigan Department of Education submitted a waiver not to test. The waiver was denied. In turn, Michigan said, we don't have to meet the 95% rule. So however many students test, there's no penalty.
Okay, so can you go back, can you go back to that screen where you got the M-STEP schedule?
Yep, slide 3, yep.
So starting the window for the 5th, 8th, and 11th grade, so they should be starting now. Yeah. They have all the way until May. Excuse me?
I say yes, they were testing all day.
Okay, and they have all the way to the 21st. So these are windows that we have the testing.
Yes.
So are our students prepared for this? Well, we've just gone through.
That's the question across the state.
Yes, that was the whole point of asking for the waiver. So
our state advocated for the waiver because they didn't believe that our young people, due to the pandemic, but we're offering the tests, and I'm happy to see what the data says, and that gives us a good point of where we need to focus our instruction. But our young people tested all day today, and they'll be testing throughout their entire window.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from the board regarding the extended learning plan update?
So we won't be penalized for the data that they receive, right? If it's not up to par.
I think that is unclear at best. I'm not sure what penalized would look like. Again, I mean, we can't give you good answers because we don't have good answers. We only know that they applied for a waiver, that the Fed said no. They said no to our state. They did say yes to a couple other states, but in turn, and I don't want to say in turn because of, in turn, we decided, particularly with our state trending up now with cases, that we were not going to be held to the 95% rule of 95% of our students, because that would require students that are learning virtually to have to come in. And we have been advised by the health department not to have kids come in just to test.
So as you can see, the testing window started now, but the recommendation from our governor was to pause in-person instruction for the next 2 weeks. while testing is still going on. By law, that's the window. But we're compliant here in Benton Harbor area schools. And, you know, I'm happy to see what the data says. Even no matter what it says, it gives us a point of reference of where we can get better.
I do have a question because I did inquire about the recommendation from the governor as it related to the 2 weeks window. And I'm also looking here, you know, it kind of concerns me that the window opened today. And I don't know how long you guys have had this information as it relates to the decision that was made as it related to Michigan. And the 95%, Mrs. Rockett, that requirement was every district was required to make sure that 95% of their students were testing. That has nothing to do with their scores or any of that.
Right,
but
I understand that.
Yeah,
we're not held to that.
Yeah, but
I know you always, in the past, we always had to have a certain amount of kids proficient, you know, that kind of thing, to not get grouped in a certain lump. Your building is, what was it? They had a way of letting you know.
AYP or something?
Yeah,
AYP.
Like AYP.
Yeah, but I guess my question
I'm thinking that probably won't affect, because of the kind of testing we have to do. We won't be penalized for not, if we don't make AYP.
Trustees, let's take a second and make sure that we're just allowing one person to speak at a time. It's a really good conversation.
Yeah,
so I'll go Secretary Triplett, then I'll go to Trustee Rockett Martin, and I'm not sure if Treasurer Creighton had additional input. I know you all are 3 educators on the line, so I'll make sure to give each of you an opportunity to talk uninterrupted, please.
Well, I was just looking at like I said, I don't know when this information was actually given to our district. They're taking the SAT on the 13th and work keys on the 14th, which that had to happen today. When I look at that window for the 5, 8, and the 11, they have a month. And so if they, you know, this is my first time hearing that they're taking, that the state has required us to take the M step. So I haven't heard anything prior to this. And now our students are taking this test starting today. And I don't know, was our parents given information that this testing would be taking place, and the dates, have this information been sent out? Because for me, seeing this for the first time is kind of concerning, to say the least. And for our 5th, 8th, and 11th graders, since we have a month, they wouldn't have to start exactly today. It would give an opportunity to get letters out and information out to everyone. And with the 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 7th graders, getting that information out to parents so that they can know that we are actually going to be, our students are going to take the M step. Because one thing that has been frustrating for me is our kids are once again taking a test that possibly on materials that they've never been introduced, or they haven't been completely introduced to, because we have been struggling and going through different changes. Because in previous board meetings, I've heard that it's been said that our scores will probably go lower. I don't know how much lower you can go unless you just go all the way into the negative realm. So this right here is very, very, very concerning to me. And if the community knows that our kids are actually in testing season. So yeah, this was very concerning to me. For us just to be hearing this tonight, that we are required to take this M step, and our students will be taking it. So I'm just concerned. And with the 95%, even though they said that 95% is not required, but I think that it should be a goal of this district that whatever age groups of students, whatever grade levels are being tested, that we should make sure, however we're doing it, because they recommended that we do not go back in, and that we hold off for 2 weeks, but we didn't hold off. We're still in school, you know, so there has to be some kind of way that we need to get our students tested, regardless of whether or not they said 95% is not the requirement. But I think we should shoot and have a plan of action in place that our students are tested and that we are not penalized, regardless, not because they didn't penalize, they're not going to penalize us because we have standards to say that we still, regardless to what, want to meet that criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Trustee Rocket Martin, you want to go next?
No, I'm done. I just wanted to make sure that, am I still muted? Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure because I know we're not, doing business like we normally do, that AYP would not be counted, that our scores would not jeopardize our chance of making AYP, that they wouldn't hold that against us. And so because of that 95% and because of what's going on, I'm sure that they probably are not even, I don't know, but I'm sure they probably won't even calculate the AYP.
Treasurer Creighton, did you have a comment? I'm not sure if you were adding on to something Trustee Rocket Martin was saying, or if you had an actual comment.
No, I was just being her think partner, helping her get her words out. But I do actually have a question since we're talking about this, not really about the presentation, but so during the presentation, is there an opportunity for public comments again? Because maybe the parents can kind of ask their questions. I know normally there's the public comment section, so I just kind of wonder, is there another public comment section in this section?
So next meeting, when we vote to reconfirm it, they get a chance to speak in public comment before we vote on the presentation.
Oh, okay, thank you.
But if there's anyone that's on the line currently that would like to utilize your public comment to address this particular section, you can do so. That way, if you don't make the meeting next week, we can hear your thoughts before we take our vote next week as well. Okay, any other input from or questions regarding staff report T1? If not, we'll move forward to staff report T2.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Shelton.
All right. Were we able to pull that document up?
Sue, I'm not sure if you're aware, your screen is not sharing anymore.
I'll go ahead and read the staff report while she's pulling that up.
Okay, thank you.
It's a small paragraph that's in the course catalog. Subject is Benton Harbor High School Course Guide Amendment. Reason for consideration, the board annually approves the high school course guide. The high school course guide for 2021 was approved on August 2020. Due to COVID-19, the 22 credit requirement for graduation as approved in the catalog is being amended to reflect 18 credits. Changing the credit requirements for graduation aligns with the same adjustment made for the 2019-2020 seniors when the COVID-19 shutdown went into effect. By approving this credit requirement, we will ensure equity for those students most affected by the pandemic. Facts and analysis. The guide includes information on available courses, information on personal curriculum, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't say it in there, but this is going to be an amendment and we will see the amendment. And this is to be voted on next week.
Okay, and so can you show us the course catalog amendment? I think page 5 was highlighted so that we could see the actual adjustment that we're voting on. Thank you so much. So while we have this pulled up, are there any questions from the board regarding staff report T2?
So our students are going to be, we're taking the requirement down from 22 credit hours to 18. Is that not correct?
Yes. That's what we did last year, and that's what we're recommending this year because those same groups of kids were affected by us suddenly shutting down last year.
Okay, so I do have a question. Is this something that we can look at? When I look at us, for us to be able to do this crossed my mind, but like I said, I was shut out of the meeting. Something for us to even take into consideration moving forward, if this is a requirement of the state with 18 credit hours, something that we could really honestly look at because I know when they put the 22 in there, with the things that we need to do moving forward as far as our kids and making up classes, recovering classes. I just was wondering if this was something that can be looked at to say that 18 credit hours is a requirement for our students to graduate. I'm not sure how that looked, but I would definitely like to rethink.
I'm sorry, Trustee Triplett, can you state the exact question so I can answer that?
No, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate you for saying that, Trustee Triplett. What Secretary Triplett, you're saying, can we look at potentially in the future 18 credits being a requirement for the district because that meet Michigan merit curriculum, correct?
That's correct, and also because that would give us, I think, when we're talking about trying to close the gap. Yeah, we it'll give them opportunities to make up classes along the way. You put that criteria in there where you have to have 18 credit hours, but you also have to have 8 semesters of high school. Right. And then then that will help us start moving in the direction of dual enrollment and those types of things that will get more of our students, because we have one of the highest credit requirements in the region.
It's working against us.
Yeah, and I never thought of, I just never understood what that was about and how that even came about. But I was, when I did see this piece right here, when it was presented in the curriculum and instruction committee meeting, that was something that I really wanted to be able to talk to you more about, Dr. Townsend, if at all possible, and how that would possibly look for us moving forward. I
would love to explore that opportunity, Trustee Triplett. So thank you for opening that conversation, and that could potentially increase our graduation rate. A lot of young people may meet the Michigan merit curriculum, but they may not meet the district recommendation to graduate, which holds them back.
And many, and when this happened and they took that requirement up so high, we lost several students to schools of choice because they went to schools where they had to have 18 credit hours and stuff like that. We lost. There were so many different things that happened. That's a whole different conversation on another day. But thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett, for that suggestion. And I agree. If I could input a comment, I know that our students have a lot of barriers that they're fighting to overcome. And so if the expectation for the state is 18, I know that we want our Tigers to go above and beyond, but I think as a district, we're not at that place yet. And so we shouldn't have things in place that are making it more difficult for them to graduate and succeed. So I actually agree with Secretary Triplett, if that is something that we can look at moving forward to just implement as a standard. And I'm sorry for jumping in there. I normally try to give the trustees an opportunity to speak before I do, but I just wanted to add my 2 cents after that topic. So are there any other trustees that would like to add a comment on this?
Yeah.
Go ahead, President.
I was going to say, I do agree with Secretary Triplett. That would be a good idea. We can take it down to 18, and it's not that people will say, "Oh, well, y'all cutting it short academically." No, we want to make sure it's we want people to cross those barriers, and we want everybody to graduate, and we can always have programs in place to push students academically as well.
Thank you, Vice President Bradley. Anyone else for staff report T2? If not, we'll move forward.
If we do, if we go to 18, how does that relate with the rest of the state that's doing 21? I mean, what happens?
So I can say,
how can they? Yeah, go ahead.
I can say to the group that going with the 18, which was actually 19, but Michigan Merit Curriculum took away the virtual piece because it's now inherited. Right. Going with the 18, the 22 are elective credits.
Okay.
So it's not like we made our math requirement higher than Michigan Merit or our English or our science or our math or core content. It's actually, it makes a lot of sense to revisit this at this time. It's elective credit. And if kids graduate with 22 or 24 from electives, plus that's great, but lowering it, particularly for this year and possibly next year, and now that we're talking about this a little bit more in depth, we are not watering down a curriculum. We're not taking away anything. I mean, they are held to the same standard as everyone else.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Okay.
And I just have a question for clarification purposes. Approximately when would we, if we wanted to consider taking a vote as a board to look at that expectation moving forward, approximately when would we need to do that to impact future academic years?
That's easy, President Robinson. That comes through this course catalog, and we get it to you guys in August. So we would write it up the way that our course of study, what you see actually above. So if Sue can scroll down just a tiny bit, just there you go, stop. It would look like exactly that with the 4 elective credits deleted. Or we could put optional, but our language would say up in that first paragraph, a total of 18 credits must be earned. See the chart below. And you could leave the elective saying, optional. I mean, 18 credits being the minimum. The maximum, we have kids right now graduating with, we have kids graduating right now with 24 credits. So that's what it would look, that's all it is us going through this process when we are planning our catalog and our courses of study. I'm sorry, Dr. Townsend, I'm sorry.
No, you got it. I was co-signing. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Awesome discussion. Anyone else for staff report T2? If not, we'll move on to early middle college resolution.
Thank you. I will be very transparent here. I have never it was not me that brought this last year. It does fall under me. I believe, President Robinson, it'll be something that you bring to the board as a resolution that has to happen every year for our early middle college. We have kids participating every year. It is district obligation that we pay for those credits, and we do have to have a resolution turned into the Berrien County, into Berrien County as a part of that. So we put it on here so everybody could review it this week, and then you can read the resolution next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions regarding the early middle college resolution for Dr. Shelton? All right, thank you, Dr. Shelton. If anyone has any questions regarding Dr. Shelton's presentations for this evening, feel free to shoot those to Dr. Townsend, and then he can either provide a response or give an update in his weekly email to us. So thank you all. We're gonna move forward with Mr. Miller with the Concentric Educational Solutions update. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, President Robinson. Good evening, everyone. Update on Concentric Educational Solutions, our partner for our home visits. We have 270 students that we have done home visits for, 337 home visits for cohort 4. 157 of the home visits were hard contacts. 154 were soft contacts, which led to letters to the families. 26 were no contact, where we didn't get in touch with anyone. The overall home visit outcomes, 47% were hard contacts, 46% were soft contacts, and 7% was no contact. The hard contact outcomes, 81 of the home visit, they met with the parent or guardian. 40, they met with the family member. 16, they met with students. 16 more, they had incorrect addresses, and we made sure that they had the right address going forward. 4, they met with family friend. And the primary reason for absences, we have done wellness checks for students surrounding COVID-19. And this week we will do cohort 5 for the home visits with Concentric on Friday. We'll start on Friday. And that's it for my update for Concentric.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any questions for Mr. Miller today regarding the Concentric Educational Solutions update?
Yes, I have a question, President Robinson, for Mr. Miller. Okay, so when I look at the soft contacts, the goal is to get to the hard contact. Well, we're talking to people's parents. These kids are not living in these homes by themselves. So when I look at this data and I see, when I talk to somebody, a relative or something like that, so what do they have in place, Concentric, as it relates to even the students that they've had the soft contact? What do they have in place as to, what are the barriers as it relates to no contact? Because in order for this to me, in my eyesight, to say that this is something that we need to continue to do, out of 1,500 students, I know everybody is not, I don't know, everybody is not having problems as far as attendance and those types of things. But my mind takes me straight to the goal is for all of them to become hard contacts, because we will get the same thing, the same conversation. Is simply this, that nobody has contacted me. I have not talked to anybody at that school. And one thing that I experienced in my time was a question with one parent who was just blatantly candid with me. She said, it amazes me that you all, my number has been the same for 15 years. My number has been the same for 20 years. And it really, really honestly amazed me that the only time y'all can really get in contact with me is when y'all kicking my baby out of school. And so I think, as far, I'm not sure exactly all of the work that they're doing, but when I look at this data that's been presented, the last few times that it has been presented are the same, no contact, the same people. Why can't we get in contact with these kids' parents, to say that, these things, everything from this report, the next time this report comes to us, hopefully I would be looking for this report to say that we have all of this here has become hard contact. Because like I said, parents are critical, and our kids do not live by themselves. And so what are we doing? Do we have parents that are working second shift? Why are we not able to make these hard contacts with these parents? And you said we're going into cohort 5. And so this number has been 200. So what you presented to us tonight, is this a different set of people, or is this all that they have contacted since they've been contracted with us?
This is the number that they have since they've been contracted with us since November.
So right now, so if I went back to that report, so since November, how many parents have they actually talked to, according to this report?
So hard contacts is 157.
157 parents have actually been contacted. So is there a number that that has been identified to say that we need? Is it a number of 500? Is it a
400?
Number?
Secretary Tripp is 400.
400.
It's 400. Yeah. So it's 400 that you guys have identified as these are people that we really need to be working on.
Yes, sir.
So the goal is to reach 400 hard contacts. And if we meet 400 hard contacts, then we can say that Concentric has really, really blessed us. And that this right here is a great program. And this is something that we need to actually continue. I also want to know what kind of interaction has it changed, or what type of interaction, what type of contact, what are they doing as it relates to our principals? Because we have people in place, we have all of these different roles and positions that's listed. We got liaisons, and we got semi-social workers, and all of these different people. Has Concentric had access to those people, and what are those people doing to assist? Is a part of this work a part of their job description? Has it been added to their work so that we can contact 400 people in the school district, 400 parents in our school district?
Okay, so I want to go back to a couple questions that you had before. So the no contacts. So when they don't have contact with the families, they reach back out. So we have a post visit meeting with the buildings. So Concentric, I set up the meeting with the building team, with the principal, their support staff. If they have a social worker, we meet with Concentric on each student and the contact that they had with the family. And then if they haven't had any contact, then the building principal or staff will reach back out to the family to see if they have received the letter. And if they haven't, then we can go out again and meet with the families to see, why the student haven't been coming to school or doing a wellness check for those students.
And so another question, Mr. Miller. So I heard you say that there were situations where their address had changed. So if their address has changed and nobody knows where these students are, then that means that the records in the office, in that particular school office, are not updated. And so why do our school office, why do our secretaries, why do our administrators not know where these children are living? Because everybody is not homeless, don't fit into that category. You have a homeless liaison. Right. And so all of these different things, I'm just wondering, it seems like this 150 has been the ongoing thing for the last couple of reports.
Okay, so, in our district, we have a lot of families that move. So they may have moved, we can give them a call to get the updated addresses. So when we see that, if a family is not living there and it's a new tenant that's living in the house, then we can reach out to that family, give them a call, all the numbers on a emergency contact list to see if, they have moved, and so we can get the updated addresses for those students.
Okay, anyone else on the board have any questions for Mr. Miller? Thank you so much for your report, Mr. Miller. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so I just want to say thank you to the board for your patience this evening. This has been one of our longer meetings, which was expected because of the amount of information that we had on our agenda, but we've had an extremely successful and productive work session this evening. So we are going to move forward with the next item of business, which is old business. I did not have any old business to add. Is there anyone who has any old business?
President Robinson.
Yes, sir.
I did get an opportunity. I think I sent you an email some time ago as it related to our annual calendar and some of the things that we need to be working on as a Board of Education for our work and what's been required of us as it relates to our work. And when we looked at and went through from January up to the present time for all of the things that were on that particular checklist, we had really only accomplished 1 out of 18 things on that annual calendar. Also, as it relates to our audit from last year, I don't see a lot of the work being led from that perspective and from that position. I was going through the audit and I had an opportunity to go through and look at one of the particular points that was in the actual audit that was given. And it was about, there was a violation, a couple of violations in there. And one in particular that stood out in my mind, and I don't have it directly in front of me, was they had questions about our systems as it relates to hiring and systems being in place coming from the HR department that's going over to the finance department, that people are being hired and without the finance department really knowing that these things have taken place. And that was a violation in that audit. And so I would encourage the board members to take some time, if you can, this week to really go through that audit that we received, because I don't see our work as a board. I know we have other things that we are actually doing, and we've been dealing with a lot. We've been dealing with a lot of things, but when it comes to our work, because now April has added some additional things that we need to have accomplished, because this work does not stop. So I will resend that email to you, Madam President, so we can get back, on target, and encourage the board to look at that annual calendar so we can see what we should be doing. How do we regroup? How do we recover? Because at this particular quarter, we should be also at the front end of doing our first steps in our evaluation of our superintendent. And I think that this, when we miss deadlines, even when we were evaluating teachers and different things, you miss deadlines, you miss out on the work. And so I think that we do have a lot of things. We've had a lot of distractions, a lot of things that have happened, but we must make sure that we go back and we stay focused and that our work is intentional and it is done with direction and with precision. So that was one thing that I wanted to bring up. And I think that would go into old business because we did discuss that before previously, not pointing any fingers. That's why I said as new board members and what have you with the board predominantly being a new board. That's why I really appreciate the opportunity of these work sessions, even though it's long and what have you, but next week should be extremely short. Thank you so very much.
Yes, sir. And I do want to provide clarification. I do have your email and I have been working on those items, and me and Dr. Townsend will have a one-on-one schedule for this week. So he's actually, one of the things that was on there is his communication plan. So he's been working on that. That's going to be presented to the board. So the work is, I know I told you I was going to give you an update. So that is coming. But I do appreciate you providing that as a point of old business today. So thank you. But
Thank you.
Dr. Thompson, and also the chiefs have provided feedback on the board calendar as well. I know that was something we were originally wanting them to give us information as to whether they do things in a different month or things of that nature. And so I've gotten that initial feedback from them. So those are some of the things that Dr. Townsend and I will go over this Thursday before I forward that information to the board with that update.
Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Thank you, Secretary Triplett. I know you always say that you're my secretary, so I know.
Yes, I am.
I know that. Thank you so much.
If you let me be. If you let me be.
Thank you so much. Anything else for old business? All right. Any new business? So there was one topic that I am going to kind of pre-message. I believe it was Trustee Bowens that inquired previously during the meeting. He asked the question as to whether we were aware why the board does not have an attorney present at our board meetings, because it was something traditionally that the previous board did. And I did have an opportunity to communicate with our previous board president, and he said it was something that just was a little too costly as a district because at that time our attorney was traveling. So I am checking into seeing what that particular cost would be like, so the board can consider whether that's something that we want to do, whether that's having a attorney present virtually during the work session only or the actual meeting, or both on a monthly session, monthly basis, or just having an attorney when we have hot topic items that we think we might need some assistance on. So I don't have all of the data just yet, but I am looking into that for the board so that we can make sure we have some things in place so that we have information to decide if that's something we want to do. But I'm not in a position to present it for a vote at this particular time. So just wanted to pre-message that as new business. Anyone else have anything else related to new business? If not, we will proceed with open public comment. So I am going to read our standard statement. And then Sue, if you could get our timer prepared. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on district matters. Today, there are 2 areas for comment on the agenda of which you may decide when to speak: public comment on agenda items and open public comment. Per policy 0167.3, which governs board participation at board meetings, we request that you preface your comments by an announcement of your name, address, and group affiliation when appropriate. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to a 3-minute duration, and per our bylaws, no participant may speak more than once during this meeting. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. The board will listen, take comments and questions under advisement, and not respond at this time. I, as president, will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. If you have specific questions for the board or executive team that require follow-up, please email directly to liz.goodwin@bhas.org. Is there anyone on the line for public comment? Now, I know we have quite a few people here that may want to make comment. So what I'm going to ask that you do before we start speaking, if you can raise your hand, if you know that you would like to make a public comment. I'm going to do my best to try to go down the line and ensure that I don't miss anybody so that we don't have individuals talking over each other. But I'll go ahead.
Mary Alice Adams.
By starting, is there anyone on the line for public comment?
Commissioner Adams.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to start with Commissioner Adams. Go ahead.
Commissioner Mary Alice Adams, 152 Lake Avenue, Benton Harbor, Michigan. I want to once again congratulate all the board members. This is the first meeting that I've attended since your inauguration. I am pleased to hear you all taking care of the residents' business. And I'm glad that you're not going to take your meetings down to one. Too much pressing stuff going on right now, and it sounds like you are a great team working together, getting some things done. I listened to the beginning, and I didn't realize that was even on the agenda. But I want to mention something in regards to what the superintendent stated about the union that he met with and everything. It's been a long time, and I just want to know, some of our teachers, some of our older teachers that are in our schools have not had a pay raise. Is anything in the works for them to be paid their worth so that they want to stay on teaching even when their retirement time comes up? I was at a meeting with Cities United and some others around the country, and they were coming out of the White House last week. And I'm sure a lot of people know, but there is a whole lot of funding that we are fighting for. There's some already here, and there's so much more coming. And we need to be positioned and have the right people in the right places as it relates to our children's education. I had a conversation with a gentleman of one of our biggest stakeholders in the community that actually stated that, you know, they have not been fair to Benton Harbor and they want to make it up to us. And it relates to our children's education. And they started off with high schoolers, but I went further because I think it should start from K to 12 and on into career. And I'm not sure if superintendent has had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Knowles, but I think that if he has some people in place to help with some of those things, that it would be a great savings. As it relates to the presentations that I heard earlier, I just wish that this new board would really take a look at, I know things change over time and COVID has really done us in, but Manchester Bidwell Arts and Training Technology Center has been paid for, a paid trip for some of the board members and elected officials to travel out and check out the facility, because along with it comes resources. We need to look into it before you hire anybody. I promise you, these people have something that we need, because I didn't hear anybody mention anything in regards to taking our children into a career.
Adams, I
Thank
apologize. Thank you. I was just letting you know your time had run out, but thank you so much. You wrapped that up right on time. Thank you so much. I won't be responding to comments, but I just want to let you know, Commissioner Adams, when you indicated that you didn't have the agenda, I did try to send it to you via Messenger, but I don't think you realized that I sent it to you. So I did try to make sure you had access to the agenda today.
Thank you, dear.
You're welcome. Okay. Next individual that I see, I'm going to go with raised hands, and then hopefully everyone, I'm going to go through the people that I see with raised hands, and then we'll proceed with allowing people to enter voice. So we'll start with Ms. Gavin.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, before I begin, I would like to ask a question. There was a student who contacted the superintendent and asked if he could speak, and he prepared a speech, and there are other people who are willing to loan him their time. Will he be allowed to speak? Hi. A different one, babe. Will he be allowed to speak? Did someone answer? Can you all hear me?
I don't know if we're taking a vote or that you, President Robinson, are you able to answer that question? Oh, something went dead on her.
She may be having technical problems right now.
If it's a student, I guess before the sake of time, we should be okay with the students going first, but I want to wait on President Robinson to make that decision.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, I'll say my piece, and then hopefully we can get an answer, because we do want to be respectful. I want to thank you all for this time. I am here before you on behalf of We the People Michigan, on behalf of the community. I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent, I am a resident of Benton Harbor. We've had over 350 people who have chimed in on this issue, 12,000 at another time. And we're having a very difficult time getting on the agenda and being heard. We have people who have come in and said that they want to talk about what the community needs, but then it seems like when the community is looking to be heard, we're not on, we were not put on the agenda, even though we requested that. And we have a very short time here. But the issue that I'm not hearing us talk about is something that is very urgent: our property. None of this planning will mean anything if we do not have the land. The emergency manager came in and took away your public school zoning protections, which makes it very easy for land grabbers to take your land. There was a time when you had a blue zoning protection, and the emergency manager came in and took all of the public school zones and changed that to yellow, which means residential, which means this is a very serious situation. I would like to get some extra time because I spent some time waiting for an answer that I did not receive. Now, this is a very serious.
Gavin, I couldn't get my mouse to work to unmute myself to respond to you. So I wasn't ignoring you. I was having computer technical difficulties, but I can allow you to get 2 minutes because you did have some time that you were waiting on my response.
Thank you so much for that, President Robinson. So this is a very serious issue. We're talking about gentrification and removal. We do possibly have a board member who's saying that this is not true, but the documents is on the City of Benton Harbor webpage. The documentation is on the World Wide Web. All it takes is for people to actually read what is there. Now, we have the Southwest Michigan Planning Commission. We have Peter Clovos. We have other individuals who are interested in this land. We just fought for the land in 2019. And around this time in 2019, people were saying that there's nothing to see here. It's absolutely something to see here. What we need to do is put Black Wall Street zones on the agenda. We're asking that you will take a look at the resolution that we sent out and that you will consider standing with us in support of this issue to protect the land. I'm sorry, someone's talking while I'm talking. There's something going on there. To protect the land. Now, me, like a lot of other people, when I went away to college, I said, I'm not coming back to Benton Harbor. I had that negative attitude of not caring about home. But when I went away to college, I sat in a classroom, a public school classroom in Washington, D.C., and I saw the kids in the classroom. I saw 2 classes in one room, kids talking over each other, teachers talking over each other. And I knew that it was a setup. A young man raised his hand to speak, and the teacher said, put your hand down. You don't have a mentor here. I didn't say anything. I was silent at that time. And I felt guilty about being silent. And after that day, I thought about me turning my back on my hometown because I wanted to be polite. But how polite are we going to be and continue to let people plan to take away our land and talk about everything else except that? Because we're not getting any more land. We have to start talking about this issue right here, right now. You all received a recommendation from Cornerstone Alliance to get rid of half of your land. They're telling you that things are dilapidated. You just put something up where they were talking about, trying to sell off creative arts. It's time for us to deal with that issue. I'm asking that you will listen to the young people and the other people that are on the line. Some people left because the meeting was so long, but I'm asking that you will seriously take this issue seriously so that we can protect the land and be there for our people and stand with us on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gavin. And I don't see the other raised hands. One second.
His name is Lazarus Ross. He may or may not know how to do that.
I actually was gonna do that. Oh, here it was. I think it was just stuck.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. This speech is about the fresh start that I want to present to you and the board and everything. I really want to motivate you to say yes, because at first I did not want to save Ben Harbor, like Ms. Gavin said, but after all that talking and after all the listening that I've did, I think I really have a voice and I should share it. So this is the speech. Good evening to the Board of Education, Madam President Robinson and Dr. Townsell. I'm Lazarus Ross. I'm in the 9th grade at Ben Harbor High School, and I am a Peace for Life Youth Ambassador. I'm going to talk about the solution that is going to happen in Ben Harbor, because I feel like the city's plan is not going the way it was supposed to, because the board is acting like the community doesn't know what we are doing, but we really do. We are just giving the other people the attention and power, and we need to start building our community into what it's supposed to be. The board, we're listening to the plans, the big plans to steal our town. Give us the chance to build Ben Harbor to what it's supposed to be. Our people talk about having these nice buildings, great stores, and soul food places, but the city is not really getting into that. Too many people have their attention on St. Joseph businesses, and we are not focusing on ours. So we need to start listening to what the people in Ben Harbor are saying and feel what they are saying and push ourselves to the limit. We must start with the small plan first. The small plan to take back our land and then start rebuilding. If you sell the land, Ben Harbor, we will go into chaos. Our schools have been around for generations. Our moms and all of us have cried, laughed together, and it would be like taking our past memories that we don't want to forget and leave them behind. As Black people, we own that. So you would be tearing down us. Black soil matters. We are asking for this Board of Education to vote yes to support the Black Wall Street Zone resolution to make it official, protect the land and stop the land grabs. Time right there.
Well done, young man.
You have time. You have time, Lazarus. You can go ahead.
Oh, I have time to read.
They said you have time, yes.
Okay. When I first got to Ben Harbor, the kids and adults around me started to give all the other cities around Ben Harbor more attention and power, but not themselves. They started pitting other people before them. Kids are being killed and kidnapped because we are really ignoring ourselves. Why are we being looked at as the outcasts, slaves, and suspects? A couple months ago, a kid was killed in the crossfire, and that could have been me. It was right down the street from me. I was traumatized and hurt. I had to take a few days to think about whether I should focus on school or whether I should stick to the bad thought of that child. But all I could think about was the kid that died, and he was younger than me. I questioned dealing with life itself. What motivated me was I was thinking too much of that child, so I had to say to myself, should I focus on school or put myself in the zone and talk to Jesus about it? But as he pointed me in the right direction, He told me that life is too short and I have to move forward, knowing that kids are being killed and kidnapped every day. I had to push those things out of my mind. My anger was greater than my strength, so I thought about the things that made me happy. Hearing my family and friends talking, it pushed that bad thought out of my mind, and I motivated myself to go back to school, move on, and lead an empire for industries in the world to help Black people. As a Peace for Life ambassador, I was selected to attend a 19-hour workshop based on a Harvard University leadership course. What made me stay in the workshop is the leadership team was like my second family, and I pushed through. I learned that I can trust the right people and that I'm smarter than I think I am. I am willing to push the negative thoughts out of my mind if I don't want them to be there. Though it is hard for people, I overcame the struggle I went through, and that is more powerful than anything else that I've ever did. I am 15, focusing on the things that make me happy, like acting, modeling, photography, and creating fashion designs. The district needs to focus on getting classes like that instead of metal detectors. And we should have people greeting us with a positive attitude every day when we come through the door. When the leaders in the workshop talked about all the struggles they have been through and the struggles that I have been through, we talked about our problems to get the solution. We shared our problems in the way that I never did. I realized that I always made other people happy and not myself. You cannot love somebody else if you do not love yourself first. Ben Harbor needs to love itself first too. I told the leadership team, let's make a group like this and keep in contact. This is how people can connect through their problems to make the right solution. I want you to show St. Joseph kids what the new Ben Harbor and show everyone what we are doing for Ben Harbor to get a fresh start. New companies, new jobs, and new schools. Spread it throughout Michigan, just not to be liked, but to let them know that we will not be left out. We are a part of this and we will not be turned away. If you're feeling like we don't have enough money, get more young people to work so we can build our money in the community. I am calling on for elders, young people, preachers, teachers, Black, brown, white, everyone in this Board of Education to start with our 350 supporters now. Don't let me stand alone. We are calling for a yes, vote for Black Wall Street Zone by your April 20th meeting. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. You did an amazing job.
Thank you.
Okay, so my secretary Triplet has provided me a list of hands that are raised. So we're gonna go next to Angela Turnbull.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Angela Wilson Turnbull. Over 50 years ago, I grew up on Chippewa, Hannah Court, and Arbor Ridge over the last 50 years. I was a part of Benton Harbor during a time where families stood together. I was a part of Benton Harbor where the school was thriving and the programming for our young people was prevalent, where Black businesses were invested in and supported. And I watched the deterioration of our city. I watched the horrific politics and even our own people lie to our community. Funding that was to support our community was used to destroy our community. The United States Congress has recognized that communities like Benton Harbor have been neglected and raped and abused for decades. And $350 billion is being allocated to restore communities like Benton Harbor through Black equity, through building and restoring schools and infrastructure. That funding is coming down the pike within the next 8 months. I am here requesting that the leaders, the extraordinary leaders that have the ability to transform Benton Harbor, do what is necessary. There is no more land coming. If land is sold, the school land is sold, that is a total loss of control and a loss of equity. My request is that Black soil matters, that the school board vote yes for the Black Wall Street resolution by the next meeting of April 20th. My request is, through this bold action, Benton Harbor can be restored to the gem that it was from decades ago. And we can only do this from the support of leaders like you who have the ability to rezone the land. And we're asking to put politics aside. We're asking to look clearly at the data and know that there's a tremendous sense of urgency to act right now. Other communities in Washington, D.C., in New York City, in Detroit, Michigan, in Oakland, California, in the southern Black cities have taken these bold actions, reclaimed their cities, and rebuild their land, rebuild their communities for the young people, restoring the schools, returning the programs and the education. So young people like Lazarus, I was on that Harvard training with him for 2 weeks, over 40 hours of dedication. So he knows himself as leaders like other young Black children from Benton Harbor who are committed to transforming this city, our young people, our parents, our grandparents. We must first take the land back, and then all the programming that we're talking about doing can be realized. Let Benton Harbor be a model in the United States for what's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next for public comment, we have Marvin. Mr. Marvin.
All right, thank you. Thank each and every one of you. I want to first say, I applaud Lazarus. I applaud everything that he said. I've watched this district from afar. And in order to know how we got here, we got to know where we come from. There have been things that have been done when they talked about diversity and inclusion. In '97, they began to shut down the Skills Center. They took away the Tech Center. They began to dismantle the district in every way possible, but it was about diversity and inclusion. They had put people in positions to systematically attack this district. From a state perspective, they began to dismantle and outsource everything. I remember when the bus drivers was being outsourced and I stood with them and told them, I see it coming because I've been talking about this for years, but it seems to have went on deaf ears. As we move forward into the 21st century, yes, I do support the Black Wall Street zone because we have to make bold moves that secures the future of this district. There was 15,000 people that signed that petition. When the governor stepped in and took office and tried to come and talk about shutting down the Benton Harbor High School, we had people from all over. And that was a moment in time where we had the ball in our hands to move this district forward. Like Angela said, I've talked with many of the people in Lansing. I've continued to stay in touch with the governor's office, and we do have a possibility to move this agenda forward. When we talk about a strategic plan, we have to have land in order to introduce a strategic plan. And in order to introduce a strategic plan, you have to know and be willing to deal with the reality that sometimes we have allies that are not in our best interest. I think that in order to rebuild our district, it would take those who are a part of this district, who has a vested interest in this district, to come to the table. We can't allow others to come in and try to create a plan for us that is not by us, because at that point it begins to disenfranchise us as a community. And when you talk about what Cornerstone Alliance did when they came up and talked about downsizing the schools, I mean, the things that they said, it don't even make sense. And how would we? And if you look at the real map that was created, the high school wasn't even here in their plans. You can go look at it. It's on their website, like Ms. Gavin explained. And so when we move forward, we have to have bold moves that will allow this district to be saved, and it's saved for the future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marvin Haywood, I believe. Next, we're going to have Miss Amby Bell.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for sharing this time with us. And Lazarus, that was amazing. Trigger warning for my story, and I'm going to go quickly. But on last week, I was just in the house and my peace was disrupted really quickly. About 9:48 in the morning, there were a series of gunshots ringing out. And a few moments later, next to my living room window, I heard like a loud commotion, and I peeked out of my window, and there was a young man slumped over, just leaning against my house. And a officer appeared and said, "Are you okay?" And he was saying, "No, I'm shot. I've been shot in my face." And my heart dropped. It was just extremely traumatic for me. I got really frantic. I turned to my son. I was like, "Get down. I don't know what's going on." Eventually, my house was surrounded by officers, and all I could think was, this is why my kids aren't allowed to go outside and play. And this is why I live on a street full of kids, and no one's ever outside. They're never playing. These kids and these adults raising these kids in these trauma environments have trauma themselves. Nobody has a safe haven here to go and just be safe and to grow. But by the end of that night, I'm so grateful because doing this work, you learn perspective a lot and you work on healing a lot. And my perspective that night was kind of gratefulness. And I understood why the work that we're doing is so necessary and why paying attention is so necessary. And why when that emergency city manager changed that zoning to residential, we weren't paying attention. And that was costly and necessary to us for this moment. It's kind of time that we just stand back, take a look at what's actually going on and figure out what a thriving Benton Harbor looks like. And when we all show up like we normally do, that turns out being a beautiful thing. And I'm just asking these properties that are not being utilized, if we could think of those as blank canvases, and let's talk about parental counseling and that dropout recovery program, business trade centers, classes, daycares, Black businesses. Let's give some of these spaces purpose. I just want to again thank you for your time tonight, and definitely let you know that we are not here to disrupt the peace. We are just here to ensure it. And you guys are serving, and we want to serve too. And we're just here to work together. And we hope that you can show up with us at City Hall and talk about putting the zoning back. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Next, we have Ms. Deborah Turner.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Robinson. I'm Deborah Waters Turner. My address is 404 Griffin Drive, Cordova, Tennessee, 38018. I'm excited to be here tonight. This is probably one of the first board meetings that I've attended in 4 years, when I used to be on the staff of Benton Harbor High School. There was so much greatness that I heard tonight and the possibilities of things to come. I don't even know where I really need to start. I have so much that I could say. I'm triggered by the staff that's, leaving, being, resigning and retiring. I happen to be a staff person who was removed my position about 4 or 5 times and brought back and moved out again. And today I currently hold 6 certifications, okay? So I have 3 for the state of Michigan, administrator, vocational teacher, and regular classroom teacher, and I hold the same 3 certifications for the state of Tennessee. I'm excited about the Graduation Alliance program. And what I would like to do is offer my assistance. I do realize I'm in Tennessee, but with this virtual, I can be right there with you all. I used to be the former director of the adult ed program at Michigan Works, which is now Connexus. I started one of the first online programs at Benton Harbor High School when online was very new. And I stayed in that position until I went to Michigan Works. I do think that the Graduation Alliance is going to be significant to make some things happen for Benton Harbor, bringing the babies back, be able to get them into some great positions, but it's also going to be important to have those training pieces in place and to create some great partnerships, middle college and early enrollment with Lake Michigan College to give our students, they're still my students, you hear that, our students, some connections to career and technical vocational workforce development skills. I do think that there's going to be a challenge ahead for Benton Harbor, but hey, we can make it happen. You know, Benton Harbor has always, like the phoenix, they've risen from the dust. And I'm excited to be here tonight. And if there's anything that I can do, there's like about 20 people on this call who know how to find me and reach out to me. Mr. Triple, it was great to see your face tonight as well. Miss Gavin and some others who I do know personally on here. And if there's anything that I can do to assist, I want to be a part of it. Please reach out. I'm excited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Next on the list, we have Jacoby. Jacoby, can you hear me? You can unmute for public comment.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. You may speak.
All right. Hi, my name is Jacoby Davis. I'm a 6th grader at ACA, and I want the Board of Education to vote yes to Black Wall Street Zone for a fresh start, because in school, I want to learn about coding, the law, and get my driver's license at 16. I want to learn more about, I want to go to Benton Harbor High School to play basketball and to Duke for college and to play basketball. We cannot let anyone take the land from us, giving us no education. Show us you care about my education and vote yes to the Black Wall Street Zones on April 20th. Thank you for listening, and remember to vote yes.
Thank you, Jacoby. Great job. Thank you so much for speaking today. We appreciate your input. Next, we have Miss Anicia Triplett.
Good evening. My name is Anicia Noel Triplett, 1P, 2Ts. I'm related to the board, one of your board members by marriage. He cannot send me anywhere. My thoughts and behaviors are of my own volition. Being that I've gotten my lineage out of the way, I have a son that's in the district, as well as I'm concerned for my other little cousins and family members that are in the district. So I have a question about the MSTEP. A memo was sent to local and intermediate school district superintendents and public school academy directors on March 31st, 2021, providing guidance on state testing requirements pending the approval from the U.S. Department of Education of our assessment and accountability waivers. There were several things included in the memo. This was sent out March, again, that was on March 31st, 2021. It was again updated on April 12th, 2021. I saw that it states that it's testing K through 8 and I believe 11th grade. It says that it's a 6-week testing window for both online and or paper and pencil for spring only. There's a part 1 for 45 minutes, part 2. That's for science. Social studies, there's a part 1 that's a 60-minute. Mathematics has a part 1 and a part 2, both at 45 minutes. There's a part 1 and a part 2 for 6th through 7th grade. The first one was 3rd through 5th. That's with no calculator and then with a calculator. Breaks can be provided at stop signs and test booklet. So my question is this: being that our kids just came back from not only spring break, then again, a lot of them just came back from virtual and now to in person. Why did you all choose to, as soon as they got there, you chose to start testing them right away versus at least doing a review, preparing them? That's one. And then secondly, my next question would then have to be, if you knew this for about a month ago, me being a parent, at least I would have liked to have been notified of this, because then I would have been taking a little bit more time on spring break to prepare at least my students or anybody that I knew for this. And then with, even though you don't have to test the entire 95% of students, which students are you going to choose? Are you going to choose your high performers? Like, are you going to pick and choose at random who you're going to test so then that our test scores look efficient? Like, how is that going to be? I have several questions, because at this point then it's about the integrity of the testing, because then you'll be representing our district in different lights that may or may not be true. So those are just a few of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Triplett. We're gonna move on next on our list. And for those that asked questions in a previous meeting, Dr. Townsend gave our process for that. So you actually have follow-up on your questions. For the sake of time, they do look into the questions that you asked and then provide you a follow-up to that. So next on the list, provided by my secretary Triplett, just want to thank him for taking the hand notation for me. We have Patty Hines.
Yeah, this is Patty Hines. My address is 1452 East Downing, Benton Township. I also endorse the Blackwall Street resolution, and I ask that you will all please vote on this and pass it. It is imperative that you protect the land. I say this because I've watched Benton Harbor over the last 20 years and been quite involved in things downtown. But I'm really concerned about the kids here. They have so many challenges in front of them as it is. And I say this because I'm personally involved with many lives of young people here. And we have to put them first, because it's their future that's at stake. I've sat through a couple decades of watching well-intended, very well-intended outside third parties come in who want to help Benton Harbor. They don't know the history here. They don't know the people here. And I feel very strongly that it is in the best interest of the people here that this board and the community be the ones who design a plan for the school and the children, because you know them, you love them. They're important to you, or they should be. And there are a lot of barriers, and I've seen it all my life with Black communities. And this is in no way offensive to the first woman who spoke, but Tinley Park is 44% white, 26% Black, 20% Hispanic. If you don't have experience with certain communities, it's hard to come in and devise a plan for them that will be effective. And indeed, we are all humans, but we all have our own little cultures. And if you don't know what the culture is about, how can an outside entity come in and help the community, the children, the school? Like I said, I've seen outside entities come in. Harbor Shores is one of the most jarring examples of an outside entity coming in to help. And as a person who has Native American heritage, I must tell you, hang on to your land. It is the most precious thing you have, I promise. Black Wall Street is important because historically, remember how many times things have been taken. Stop letting people come in and take from you, because eventually it's going to be gone. And when it's gone, you'll have nothing. This is a valuable community with a lot of talent. And I implore you, please pass the Black Wall Street zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hines. Okay, so
welcome.
we have quite a few people that want to talk. So we really want to keep you all to that 3-minute window, and I don't want you all to think I'm being rude or anything. Just want to ensure everybody gets an opportunity to speak. So when we get right at 3 minutes, I'm going to let you know we're there so we can proceed to the next person. But I do value your input and feedback provided. Next we have, there was a GS on the line. I'm not sure if that's someone different than Gwen Swanigan. Gwen, was that you under GS before?
Yep, that was me.
Okay, so it's
yeah, that was me.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Ms. Robinson. Hi, everybody. Thank you all for allowing me to speak. I just want to say, first of all, those two young men, our youth, just touched my heart. I mean, we have to, it was powerful what they said. They spoke from their heart. I mean, one was not even high school. The other one's just entering high school. And they see what's going on. They see what's happening. They're actually living this. So, we need to start listening to our young people. We need to start allowing them to have a voice. Also, they talked about the Black Wall Street zoning. That's very important for us. That's very important for us as a people, as a community. We have over 350 signatures supporting this from the community, from all over. And I heard you guys say earlier in the conversation or earlier in the meeting that you all don't have a strategic plan, or the strategic plan hasn't been updated. But these land grabbers, they have one. They have a strategic plan, and that's to gentrify our community and our land. So we definitely, we're behind the 8 ball when it comes to this, because they're grabbing it up. They're grabbing it up as quick as we can blink our eyes. So, but we can get ahead if we work together. We cannot continue to make it easy for our predators, or for the predators, to get rid of our public schools and sell off our land. We just can't. Let's just stop fighting each other, come together, before you say why we can't make it happen or why it can't happen, because we know it can. We just have to come together and just make it happen. So let's come together, come to the table. Let's make this happen for our people, for our community, for our kids, for our schools, for our families. We have to make this happen, because if we don't, they're going to, and it's not going to be in our favor, not at all. So let's try that for once. So vote yes for Black Wall Street zoning. Vote yes for a fresh start, because we do need a fresh start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next on the list, we have Susan Samanda.
Good evening. I'm Susan Samanda, 5694 Long Lake Road, Berrien Springs, Michigan. And
Let me pause you for one. Okay, go ahead. I wanted to make sure she set your time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I believe that Black soil matters. We're asking the Board of Education to vote yes to support the Black Wall Street Zone resolution. You probably noticed from my address, I don't actually live in Benton Harbor. I grew up in Berrien Springs, but my wonderful father worked in Benton Harbor area schools for about 20 years. And I've had the privilege to work in Benton Harbor for the past 7 to 8 years. So for me, Benton Harbor is just as much my community as Berrien Springs is. I grew up hearing a lot about, how Benton Harbor was once a thriving city, full of commerce and prosperity. And when I look around today, I see a very different city. Personally, I truly want Benton Harbor to transform beyond even what it once was. And I believe very strongly that in order to do that, we need to secure our land. So I'm simply just asking you all to support us and vote yes. I'm counting on you, and I thank you guys so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Millicent Gavin.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
There's a lot of static on your phone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but okay, that's.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Just use one device. No.
Say that again.
You have 2 devices.
Can you hear me? No, I just have one. I just have one device.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually for a second. There's a lot of background noise. I'm not sure what it is. I'll allow you to get your full 3 minutes, but I do want to ensure that we're able to hear you so we'll actually come back to you. I'm not sure what your connection issue is, but what we're hearing is kind of overshadowing your voice. So we'll go to Katie next, and then we'll try to come back to Miss Gavin.
Hi.
So Katie, go ahead.
Cool. My name's Katie Romali. I live at 2227 Lynn Drive in St. Joseph, Michigan. I am in support of the Black Wall Street zoning as well. You might consider me an outsider since I live in St. Joe and not Benton Harbor. I'm actually not from the area at all, but I moved here about 5 years ago. And sometimes what you need is fresh eyes to take a look at what's going on in the area. And with my fresh eyes, I've been able to see the potential in Benton Harbor, but I've also seen the lack of access to healthy food options, lack of transportation, and the lack of access of the surrounding community support. So I'm here to support the Black Wall Street zoning because the first step is supporting the community, giving back their land for what is needed, which is their education. We can't restrict the access to the education the same way we've been restricting access to so much more in this area. I know that this is just the beginning of a great fresh start plan. So I hope that you will support the resolution of the Black Wall Street zoning in order to give us back that land and make sure that we get the education that these kids need in this area.
Thank you, Katie. I'm going to try to go back to Miss Gavin.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, but you still have that. It kind of sounds like there's a fan. It probably isn't, but there's something distorted in your background. I'm not sure what it is. Is there anyone? So those were all of the hands.
Can you hear me now?
So what I can do is I can try to let you speak loudly, maybe to over talk the sound.
Okay, can you hear me? Or you still can't hear me?
Someone asked, can you log in from your phone maybe? Can you call in to the Zoom? The phone number is 253-215-8782. Passcode is 143910. I'm not sure if that's your computer that you're on now, but again, that phone number is 1-253-215-8782. Passcode is 143910. And I'm gonna try to make sure we give you an opportunity to speak, but I want to ensure that we can hear you. Is there anyone that does not know how to use the function to raise their hand that would like to make public comment? Okay,
Yeah,
Thomas, go ahead.
me. Okay, I need some light, bro. All right, cool.
Thomas, your time has
Hold on, my
started. You have,
camera.
go ahead.
Okay, okay. Well, I support the Black Wall Street alignment because of everything Lazarus said. And I listened to you guys talk tonight, and the chemistry made me relax. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't plan on sitting on no board meeting this long. I'm 5 minutes tops and I'm gone. But the chemistry you guys and how you guys resolve your issues respectfully with logic, and I got a lot of information tonight, and I'm knowing that this seems like a force that can actually make something happen. So I'm asking y'all to just go research it. You don't have to make up your mind tonight. Go research it so then you could be a better ally to see what we're seeing. But what I see is some people that I would love to work with. I mean, actually love to work with. So we can help Ben Harbor and we can help each other. Like Lazarus said, we can self-contain. So if the superintendent can get 2 backpack blowers, and then you have guys or girls at school who are like in-house suspension, they can also learn a trade because those fences don't have to have leaves on them. Y'all have plenty of student bodies that can learn a trade and at the same time save you money. Because if you get 2 backpack blowers, it's $600, and spring cleanup is like $3,000, and then we have our own students doing it. They're learning the trade, taking care of their own, and everybody's, it's like Lazarus said, we got to, look out for you. It's not a selfish thing because the more I love me, the more I can give love to you. It's just probably common sense to me, but I implore you to please go research it. This is not an attack. This is not politics. This is us trying to save land. They ain't making no more land. I got that from my wife. They ain't making no more land. So I give my time back and thank. Did I clock out?
No, we still hear you. You have 23 seconds.
I said, well, thank you, Honorable. It's like, I feel like my vote didn't get wasted. My time is up.
Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that. It appears that I'm not sure if Ms. Gavin's ready. I do see a raised hand from Commissioner Bell.
Good evening, everybody. For those who don't know me, this is Commissioner Rayante Bell representing the 5th District on Berrien County's Board of Commissioners. I just wanted to say I appreciate the board, sitting here and listening, being receptive to all the public comments that have been made thus far. I know, as a fellow elected official that, there's a lot of time and effort and dedication on you guys' part that goes into work like this. And I just want to say that I appreciate you guys and everything that you've done thus far. I've been working with Miss Gavin and all of the people here tonight for a while now, and they've supported me in my efforts to contribute to our community to make it better. And I'm here tonight to support them and support everyone in the city of Ben Harbor and those who are a part of the Ben Harbor Area School District, and support of the Fresh Start program, the racial equity, and the Black Wall Street zones, understanding that these are initiatives and ideas that we believe are very important to getting Black people represented well, represented equally, and getting opportunities that will push the Black people in Ben Harbor forward. So I stand with Ms. Gavin and company and say that I support the Black Wall Street zones, and I ask that the board as well support these initiatives. And like I said, I thank you guys once again for taking the time out to hear us. And I thank you for the things you're going to do for us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bill. I saw Millicent come back in, so I think she's ready.
Yes,
Ms.
can you hear me
Gavin,
okay?
okay, go.
Just want you to bear with me. I want each and every one of you all to close your eyes and imagine you're in your house with your family. You have food to eat, and then all of a sudden, someone knocks on your door and they said, "You cannot stay here. In fact, you have to leave right now." And there's nowhere for you to go because someone took your land. And all you had to do was vote yes for initiative to help out not just you, but your family, your children's children. Now, I want you to imagine you voted yes, and there's healthy food because you're teaching the children how to eat healthy, how to plant. You have someone that you can go right across the street to get your hair done. You have hospitals that care about you. You have a train that can get you from Detroit to Chicago, that's coming through Benton Harbor, that's bringing all of this revenue because you said yes. When I was in high school, I graduated from Benton Harbor High School. I'm in Chesapeake, Virginia right now. Major Anderson told us a leader knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. In order to be an excellent leader, you must be an excellent follower. And so we need to help the children. We need to support them by voting yes to the zones and helping them and showing them what to do, how to invest, how to double their money, how to put money back into their community. Vote yes for Black Wall Street. I'm from Benton Harbor, but I live in Chesapeake. I graduated from UDC, and I've seen children that could count to 1 trillion. I've seen pre-K students that helped plant not just flowers, but also fruit and vegetables. And if they can do it, we can do it. And we can do that by voting yes for Black Wall Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gavin. I'm glad we finally got a chance to hear your comment. I wasn't going to get up on you, so I'm glad that you had a chance to log back in. So we don't have any other hands raised. I want to ensure that there isn't anyone that can't raise a hand that would like to make a comment. Last call for public comment. All right, hearing none, we're going to move forward. So thank you everyone who provided comments tonight. This is more comments than we normally have, but we do appreciate every comment made. So I know I said thank you after each person, but I just wanted to thank everyone overall. We are going to move forward to Dr. Townsend with superintendent announcements.
First thing I'd like to say is shout out to Lazarus and Jacoby I'm so excited to serve as your superintendent. You guys represented us very well, the way you articulated yourselves with your message. And major shout out to you, young tigers. Can't wait to see you guys more often. Also, I see a lot of familiar names and faces that spoke tonight. So shout out to you guys as well too. As a newer member of the community, it's good to kind of see some people again, especially after being in this pandemic for so long. I want to give a major shout out to our technology team here in Benton Harbor Area Schools. We shout out a lot of educators across the district, a lot of support staff. But I want to ensure that we also shout out every member of our technology department that not only help us stay virtual here, but also help us with the remote learning, the hybrid learning, going virtual with our instruction. So I just want to shout out our virtual team. Thanks for all that you do. You're amazing, and keep us up and running with our classrooms. Thank you. Also, I'd like to congratulate our boys basketball team. We won our regional and district championship. Very, very excited about that. Also, we want to shout out a young man by the name of, oh Lord, where'd it go? Sorry about it. We had a wrestler that came in third place. Let me get his name so we can be on the record. Sorry about that. My screen just went blank here with the inactivity. Give me a second. Here we go. Boom. Want to publicly give a major shout out to Dash Harris, becoming the first Tiger to place at a state tournament in 20 years. Shout out to Dash, who represented us in the state tournament for wrestling. He really came in second and third place. Thank you for that. And shout out to you and your family, did a phenomenal job. Also shout out to those coaches on the wrestling team and Coach Sterling and his team for basketball. I was honored to participate in a panel discussion for the Institute of Public Policy and Social Research at Michigan State University. The topic was about post-COVID recovery in Michigan schools. I was one of three panelists along with keynote speaker Douglas Harris, who's the Director of Education Research and Professor of Economics at Tulane. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say Benton Harbor Area School, we're getting a lot of attention during the pandemic. We've been praised on numerous platforms for our working during the pandemic. It's very, very hard and difficult work, but we're definitely staying the course and not giving up our young people, our community at large. So I want you to be aware of every little opportunity we have to represent at the state level or national level. Benton Harbor is at the table talking. So major shout out to the leaders here in the district. Also, Discovery Enrichment Center will be having preschool and kindergarten roundup on Friday, May 7th, 2021 and Friday, May 21st, 2021. DEC is planning to have an outside, safe, and social distance carnival-style registration. Flyers will be coming soon. Feel free to share this information by word of mouth now. Please know that families are able to register for preschool and kindergarten now. They may do so by registering for preschool at Discovery Enrichment Center and the kindergarten at Benton Harbor High School. Also, every Wednesday of the month in March, Discovery Enrichment Center celebrated Women's History Month by having a group of successful women come in and interact with the students by reading a book, speaking, dancing, and even doing science experiments. The students really enjoyed the women that came and represented for the Women's History Month. And very last, DEC will be having a kindergarten graduation. More information will be coming soon. Additionally, there will be more information coming very soon about what end of the year activities look like for Benton Harbor High School, specifically prom and graduation for our high school students. I would like to thank everyone out here that's working on the behalf of our students and all stakeholders of Benton Harbor Area Schools. It's a privilege and pleasure to serve as our superintendent. And I look forward for the challenging, difficult work that's in front of us. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And that concludes my announcements and comments, President Robinson.
Thank you, Dr. Townsend, for your comments tonight. Next on the agenda, we have board member announcements and comments. So we are going to begin with Trustee Rockette Martin today.
You know, I heard the passion in the voices of the people that presented this evening. I heard the caring and the concern and the genuine desire for our community to be better. And I'd like to say, I thank you for the information. I thank you for the information. Yes, but I did hear you. And hats off to all the young people that spoke and to everyone really. Some I've worked with, hello to to Deborah and a few of the others, but yes, I heard you. I'm done.
Thank you, Trustee Rockette Martin. Next, we have Trustee Buchanan, and I actually think she raised her hand. So if that was intentional, awesome job, Trustee Buchanan. You can go next for comment. Trustee Buchanan.
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Go ahead.
President Robinson, I would like to thank all the people that was online and the young people especially did a marvelous job. But we have to, some things like I said earlier, last year or whatever, the things that Ben Howard need to bring back, like out of mechanic, homemade cooking classes, landscaping, so they can make, some of these young people can make it, planting gardens and stuff. But the most important thing is, see, not everyone is on one accord on this board. Sometimes when somebody asks a question that you want to ask, but they ask, and you ain't got to say nothing. But I, you know, what we have to do is pray for this virus that's going around. It's gonna, when time for it, get out of our town, out of every town in the United States. So let's continue to pray. And the main thing is, one lady said, work together. You have to be on one accord. So let's work together with the superintendent, and everybody on the board is doing a great job. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Buchanan. Next, we're going to have Trustee Bowens.
Well, I was trying to get my notes. There was so much to listen to today and talk to, understand and grasp. It was just great. A couple of things that I want to talk about. First, next week, April 21st, we will be having Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott, she's been on the Oprah show. She's been on national TV. She did the Blue Eye Study, and if you're familiar with that, YouTuber, she's a powerhouse. She'll be coming to Benton Harbor virtually. Tickets are on sale. You can email me about that. I met with the superintendent last week or the week before last, and I am optimistic and glad to see that we're going to be getting a strategic plan, because if you don't know where you're at, you don't know where you're going. And we've been operating in crisis mode and play mode constantly. So I'm optimistic about that. The best way we can stop gentrification in Benton Harbor, and I see we had some friends from St. Joe and Berrien Springs. The best way that you can stop gentrification is going to those local schools and going to your school board meeting in your community and encourage them to stop taking school of choice. If you really want to help us thrive and stop gentrification and shutting down these schools, you can be effective in your own community. And I'll even come and help you if you want me to. I think that is one of the best ways you can stop it. People aren't just coming into Benton Harbor stealing land. I think we need to understand that. They're coming to Benton Harbor to buy land because we're selling it to them. So I think we need to realize that nobody's taking anything from us. We're being damaging our own self because we're selling it because we're so quick for that. When you look at these houses for selling, you look at who's buying them. It's not people. They're not coming in and say, oh, I want you like they did in the slave days. So we need to be cautious on the stuff that we're putting out there. And soil does matter. And I'm glad because I was at my mom's house planting her garden and everything. So I'm glad I hope it rains so we can put some water in that soil. But I'd rather focus on the education of that Black life, that Black student. I'd rather not focus on where we're looking at and protecting buildings that have been idle when we should be focusing on making sure Billy or Lazarus or Jonathan are getting that quality education, that we are preparing them for the future and we're giving something that they can graduate and go forward on. We're not tied emotionally to these buildings that have been sitting here idle. And that's it for me. I want to say God bless. And this was a long meeting. Have a great day.
Thank you, Trustee Bowens. Next, we have Treasurer Creighton. Treasurer Creighton, are you present? Can you unmute? Okay, I'm gonna come back to her. I actually don't see her on the line, so she may have dropped off, but we'll go to Secretary Triplett.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to say that I'm happy to be a part of this work that we're doing. I remember my mother saying to me time after time after time again that I can see further than you. And I didn't understand it, what she was actually saying, but I do now. I want to take this opportunity to say to Ms. Gavin Green and to all of our citizens that came and spoke so eloquently tonight, I appreciate hearing your voice. And I hear you. And I might be a little bit confused when people asked us to vote. I'm not sure what they're asking us to vote for and how that actually looks, or if there's something that needs to be presented. I am excited about the nuggets that I learned tonight, hearing about the blue zoning and the yellow zoning and just hearing, the pieces. As I said to our president, I want to take this opportunity to thank President Robinson for being so patient tonight. The Open Meetings Act is democracy. And you might have personal feelings or personal problems or situations with people, but this is way bigger than that. I sit here in this meeting and on my screen muted, I protested on the street for the third night in a fatal police shooting of a 20-year-old Black man in Minnesota. I've watched sporadically the George Floyd case when I can take it. This is real. This is real. And I've dedicated my entire life by choice, not because I had to, but by choice, to the young people and to my community. And I want to say that I hear you. And I really honestly from the bottom of my heart, I want to learn more about what it is that you're saying and what you're asking of us. And I also want to take this opportunity to give my condolences to Miss Buchanan in the loss of her brother, who was an usher at our church, Brother Buchanan, Brother Ernest Buchanan. And hopefully we'll be able to get something sent out on behalf of this Board of Education for the funeral, which is scheduled to be held next Friday. Getting back to board business, I'm very concerned about things, quite a few things, very concerned. However, I'm optimistic. Just have a lot. But I want everybody to stay encouraged. It was good to see Miss Turner, Deborah Turner, and to hear Millicent know the way, shows the way, and then goes the way. Major Anderson from the Ben Harbor High School JROTC. Ben Harbor is a powerful place. And we're tigers. And tigers are predators. We are never the prey. I encourage this board to do your work, to do the work. These people are counting on us as citizens of Benton Harbor to do the work on their behalf and for our children and for public education. So I won't talk about anything in particular. I will follow back up where I need to do the follow-ups. But thank you all again tonight for coming. We need to hear from our community because oftentimes people get elected in positions and they forget about the people who put them there. And I will never, ever forget about the citizens of Benton Harbor, ever. I will never forget about those people who came out in a pandemic. I will never forget about those people who I saw at that election, on election day, out there putting their lives on the line for the citizens of this community. And I will never, ever change, ever, when it comes to doing the work for our children and for this community. You know, people like to group you and put you with this and put you with that. But as you can see, it don't lay like that. I'm going to stand for what is right, even if I have to stand alone. I do want to say this, and I will be following up and would like to have more conversations as it relates to this M-step testing. That kind of shook me tonight, kind of threw me off a little bit. You know, we say no surprises at the board table. And that kind of surprised me tonight, but we're going to get better. And I'd like to say to this Board of Education, thank you all so much for what you bring to the table. And to our superintendent and to our staff, we want you to be encouraged. It's never personal because we are tigers here in Benton Harbor, and tigers are predators. We're never the prey. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. I believe Treasurer Craig is back on the line.
Yes, I'm back. You know what? I always hear people talk about this conspiracy that when they want to say something and then they can't, and I experienced that tonight. But so thanks for allowing me to still give my board comments. But I guess I want to start off by thanking everyone for coming. But before I kind of get into my soapbox, I want to be vulnerable and let you guys know although I was a teacher and I've worked in roles that made me speak publicly, I'm not a public speaker. I have a loud voice, but I'm kind of quiet. I sit back and I watch, but I don't normally have a lot to say. And so, I am a worker. I'm not a boss. I do have a strong voice, but know that I am very humble and open. And so I guess tonight it put me in a really vulnerable state because I said, a lot of times I think we hide behind, some of the things that we have to offer, and we don't give ourselves an opportunity to really sit back and think about and process what is going on. And so as I sit here and I'm like, okay, we've been on this meeting for 5 hours, but the 5 hours went so fast. It was a very quick 5 hours for me. I do believe that, with God, things work together for the good. And so, I'm just thinking about, normally I'm in bed around this time. I put my children to bed about 8:30. And so, everything worked out. My kids are in bed. My house is quiet. Everything is in place. And it allowed me to focus on some of the things that I really needed to focus on, and some things that I needed in my spirit. And so after being on this board for 4 months, I think this meeting tonight, it gave me and put things into perspective. When I ran to be a part of this board, it was never a plan. It was never a thought or a desire or anything that was on my bucket list. But I think after, hearing what, everyone had to say tonight. I mean, tonight we talked and heard from people with all different walks of life. And so I just think it all worked itself out for me, and it put things into perspective because, we're sitting on here and we're thinking like, oh, we're going to die. It's been 5 hours. But, I think about, our brother, George Floyd, who, after 8 minutes, his life was taken away from him, and what he would do to have another breath, in his body. And then I think about the young man this weekend and all throughout our community, and across the country who, don't have another opportunity to get it right. And so I'm just so grateful and thankful that we have so many different people at the table who is willing, to get it right. We are in a volunteer position, so we're not doing this for any compensation. We are doing this because we want to be a part of the solution and not the problem. And so with that, like Mr. Triplett said, I don't really know a whole lot about the Black Wall Street. I felt really, unprepared to really hear the presentations, but I learned so much because I don't really know, what this resolution is or what, how do we vote on it or support it or not support it. So I'm going to do my research on that tonight and throughout, the upcoming days. But I just want to say to all of our stakeholders, whether they're staff, parents, students, colleagues, neighbors, neighboring community members, I think it's important for us to do what took place tonight, and that's working together. Oftentimes I hear our Honorable Mayor Marcus Muhammad say, in politics, there are no permanent friends and no permanent enemies. I think tonight is a good example of not having permanent friends or enemies. You never know, how people are going to change and evolve or switch up, and or if you're going to sit at the same table with some of those people that you've once been against. And so I just think for me tonight, it put me in a very vulnerable state, but it was much needed, and I'm sure that it's all going to work together for the good. And so I just want people to know on this call, at the table and on the other side of the table and in the audience, it's too much. My grandma would say life is too short. I think it's important that tonight we try to reconcile and do what is good for the people and the citizens of this community, and most of all, the students of this community. I cannot imagine when I think about what my queen sister and classmate Andy Bell said on this call, being there with, your child and this happening and watching another kid fight for their life. So, it's just so many things that are going on in our community. And I think it's life is too short for us to have big egos and big eyes, and small U's to say that we can't work together. And so, we heard from different companies tonight in groups. I think the time is now for us to put everything aside and get everybody at the table and know that everyone has something good to offer, because we do have a great staff of people. They might not always do what we want them to do when we want them to do it, but they're here, and it shows a lot that they're choosing to be here. And so I think we have to support them, and they have to be open to our support, whether it is good or bad for them in a moment, to know that everything will work together for the good. So I'm going to get off of my soapbox and just end by saying that I love everyone and that I'm here because when I am punctured or I am wounded, I do bleed orange, black. And it's something about Benton Harbor and Benton Harbor area schools that can just put me in a place where my children are the only other people that can put me in that place. And so, I think about Benton Harbor and Benton Harbor area schools as being one of my babies that I birthed. And so, I am a mama bear when it comes to Benton Harbor and Benton Harbor area schools. And so forgive me if I'm overly passionate, but I am committed and I'm willing to do the work and work with anyone that would like to do that so that we can move our district and our community forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Next, we have Vice President Bradley. And Treasurer Creighton, I love you too. You threw your love out to everybody. We love you too. Vice President Bradley.
Good evening, everyone. I'm gonna be real brief in my comments. I want to thank everyone for coming out. Appreciate everyone for coming out and speaking on everything. I want to read this brief quote. Black politics and activism without the Black ownership of and control over primary forms and bases of power such as property, wealth, organization, etc., is the recipe for Black political and non-political powerlessness. The rather obtuse pursuit of political office and the ballot box as primary sources of power by the Black community and its politicians without its concomitant ownership of and control over important resources has actually hindered the development of real Black power in America. That's a quote by Amos Wilson. I know we have a lot of stuff going on, but once we get this power and power that we currently have, we have to make sure that we are unified together as a community. But we also need to make sure we address the problems of how we got to the place where we're at as a community. I do want to, let me make sure like I said, we must be united in everything that we do. And I'm glad we are on the right track with the strategic planning. I'm glad we had that presentation because we have to have a vision, but we also have to make sure we stick to that strategic plan. We're a strong board. We're working together. We're working, ironing out the kinks. It's a lot of things that we have to work on as a board. So another thing I would say is address the problems in the community and address the problems outside our community. And we have to work on our mindsets. I want to say, with our mindsets, we can have a forward vision, but we also can't be holding on to the past, because the past, if we try to do things how we want to do in the past, it won't work if you're trying to do something new. So I just want to leave it at that. Everyone have a good night.
Thank you, Vice President Bradley. I'm pretty sure everyone is glad that I'm the last comment for this meeting. So I will try not to be too long-winded. And I've actually been preparing what I want to say so that I don't ramble at all. So I want to say well done to our board, superintendent, and executive team for making it through a 5-hour plus evening meeting. We had a heavy agenda for this month, but our meeting was extremely productive. We are an effective team, and I know that we will get the work done. Each of our board members contribute amazing and unique viewpoints, experiences, and skills. And I'm so thankful for each of you. Thank you to each of the community members that showed patience and passion to speak before the board tonight. I want to say well done to our students that took the opportunity to speak. That touches me more than you know. I appreciate your activism and your support in the betterment of your district. I also want to thank my secretary Triplet for helping me manage the comments because it was much more than we normally have, but our system was very efficient and effectively. So thank you, Secretary Triplet, for helping me with that. I am extremely excited for the work that we have begun doing this year and where we are as it relates to our teamwork in our board meetings. Today was one of our more productive board meetings in the way that we were able to get through everything that we needed to accomplish. So I'm so thankful for our board, our executive team, our community members, stakeholders, and everyone that withstood this meeting tonight. And we do hear you, we are listening. Thank you for taking your time to give us your input. We are so very grateful that you love the district enough to be here with us this evening. So that is all that I have. Ensure you all are staying safe. COVID is real, and we want to ensure that you all are here and healthy with us so that we can continue to get the work done moving forward. So that is it for my comments tonight. Can I have a motion? Next on the agenda is adjournment. So can I have a
I'll make a motion that we adjourn, dismiss.
Okay, is there a second or support?
I second.
All right, so the motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rockette Martin. Is there any questions, concerns, or comments regarding adjournment before we call the roll? Hearing none, Secretary Triplet, can you please call the roll?
President Robinson,
Absolutely, yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yep.
Secretary Triplet, yes. And I wasn't asleep. I was trying to be in here looking strong. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan, Trustee Rockette Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. We officially adjourn our meeting at 10:51 p.m.
Good night.
Have an amazing evening and good night, everyone.
Good night.
Madam President.